Listo. Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos. Para empezar, vamos a decir muy buenos días a todos. Espero estarles hablando tranquilamente porque es muy temprano. Depende de dónde vivas, porque si eres uno de los cabrones que vive del otro lado del país, entonces son las 9:30 de la mañana. Ya deberías de estar corriendo, haciendo diferentes cosas, haberte aventado un palo en la mañana, lo que te haga feliz. Bienvenidos, damas y caballeros, a este episodio del Casino del Tío Salo. Ya saben que su tío Salo es un gran degenerado, un absoluto degenerado. Le encanta encontrar oportunidades buenas en la bolsa, buenas en cripto. Y hemos estado apostando que va a haber una corrección de todo esto. Y la pregunta a través de lo que hemos estado viviendo en cripto, sobre todo teniendo el miedo donde tenemos el miedo en este momento, viendo el mercado bajar un poco, etcétera. Y después eso está poniendo a la gente un poco nerviosa. Y al mismo tiempo que le está poniendo nerviosa, tenemos el otro lado de la narrativa. Y ahora, tenemos que ver esto, ¿ok? Imagínate que tu economía está reventando, que está de poca madre. La economía en tu país y en tu ciudad y de tus vecinos y la tuya. La economía está reventando, excelentes números económicos. ¿Cómo crees que serían tus pláticas con todo el mundo si eso estuviera ocurriendo? Todo el mundo te estaría diciendo cuánto dinero tienen, lo bien que les está yendo en todo, lo poca madre que, güey, me acabo de comprar esto, acabo de comprar una casa acá, acabo de rentar esto. Estarían muy emocionados, habría mucha gente contenta, no habría nadie pidiendo nada al gobierno porque, pues, güey, la economía está muy fuerte. Eso es lo que les han estado vendiendo a absolutamente todos los simpletons, ¿no? Y ahorita les voy a enseñar esto y está perfecto que tengamos una gran mayoría de gente que simplemente crea lo que les dice papi gobierno es brutalmente bueno para nosotros. Tienes que verlo así, porque nosotros tomamos ventaja de ello. Ellos caen en la trampa tristemente y no hay nada que puedas hacer, por cierto. Les puedes advertir lo que sea. Puedes hacer videos gratis dándole a la gente tips de dónde invertir para hacer un chingo de dinero y como son gratis, no los van a ver, no importa. Yo quiero ir con el güey que me va a decir que XRP va a $21. Eso es lo más importante y también le voy a hacer caso. Es que ve lo que dice Jerome Powell. Es que ve lo que dice esto. El día de hoy, otra cosa que salió fueron datos de PCE, de inflación, que salieron perfectamente alineados con las expectativas, al igual que los datos de empleo que acaban de revelar hace unos días también. Todo sale de acuerdo a expectativas. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? ¿No? Es la pregunta del millón. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Les voy a decir qué exactamente quiere decir. Número uno, porque yo ya tengo la narrativa y les voy a decir la verdad, sí viene la oportunidad. Llegué a pensar por cierto punto, ¿sabes qué, güey? Tal vez le estés cagando y se te esté yendo esto de las manos y no vas a tener chance de poder hacer tus entradas donde crees y lo que piensas. Estoy ahora firmemente seguro de que esto va a jugar en mis manos. Les voy a enseñar el por qué rápidamente. Uno, déjenme me hago más chiquito. Esto es la gente que no habla con sus vecinos. Primero, breaking, se publica la revisión del PIB de Estados Unidos. Ahora los datos muestran que la economía, recuerden, los datos provenientes del gobierno demuestran que la economía, en vez de crecer al 3.3%, creció al 3.8%. ¡Wow! Por otro lado, las solicitudes de subsidio de desempleo pasaron de 232 a 218, mientras que esperaban 233. Dos datos que nos alejan de la recesión. ¡Wow! Güey, Catalina Castro, definitivamente una de las mejores pacas que puedes encontrar para poder saber qué es lo que están vendiéndole a la gente. Nunca en mi vida la he visto. Esto no es un insulto para nada. Estoy completamente diciendo, es excelente en poder decirte lo que el gobierno quiere que entiendas. ¿Desde hace cuánto les dije que el Q2 iban a usarlo como, güey, ve que el barómetro de qué tan alto salió y ven los números y lo siguen revisando para arriba? ¿Desde hace cuánto? Esto es bueno, les voy a decir por qué. Porque esto está empujando la narrativa de que el mercado no va a bajar. Y están buscándolo. Donald Trump sigue, la bolsa tiene más para subir. Scott Bessent está diciendo que todo va a subir. Esto es bueno para lo que yo estoy diciendo. Aquí, a Arnold Nogués, también otro de esos genios cracks, la Estados Unidos second quarter es lo del GDP que crece y dice que viene fuerte la recesión, este crack. Si estas son personas reales, porque también pueden ser bots completamente, esto es exactamente la narrativa que están buscando crear. Que la economía está tan fuerte. Y recuerden cómo empecé este programa. donde les pregunté a todos ustedes, ¿cómo sería una economía fuerte si platican con todos sus amigos? ¿No? Y todo el mundo estaría contento y todo el mundo estaría comprando cosas, invirtiendo en cosas, creando nuevos negocios, les estaría yendo de no mames, tendrían un nuevo coche último modelo. Pero ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en realidad? La peor cantidad de transacciones en casas por más de 30 años en Estados Unidos, la peor cantidad de transacciones en lo que se refiere al sector automotriz en básicamente todo lo que tenemos historia de, lo que existe en record. Tenemos la mayor cantidad de gente, los restaurantes de comida rápida y el alcohol que están bajando, no es porque la gente esté volviéndose más inteligente y más sana. No, 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 no. No se preocupen, el mundo no cambia tan rápido. Lo que está pasando es que a la gente no le alcanza para ir a McDonald's, ni tampoco le alcanza para, o sea, prefieren literalmente comer cualquier otra cosa que ir a gastarse lo que antes se gastaban en una buena comida en McDonald's, ¿me entienden? Y en cualquier otro restaurante de comida rápida. Y la gente no es que no esté comprando alcohol, están bebiendo en casa, no están comprando alcohol en los restaurantes y esto está destruyendo las carteras de los restaurantes también. Y la otra cosa que viene, que nadie está tomando en cuenta, que de verdad me sigue, güey, es que no puede ser tan fácil esto, que me sigue volando la cabeza, es el hecho de que estén poniendo aranceles, que ya la gente esté viendo que las empresas son las que tienen que pagar por los aranceles y creer que todo va a seguir subiendo cuando sus márgenes están siendo descagados por completo. Güey, estábamos parados, los que han estado siguiendo las técnicas de este pendejo chango, de dónde meternos, dónde salirnos, dónde esperar, etcétera. Y de nuevo, estamos parados en una gran posición. La economía no son los datos de gobierno, la economía es lo que está pasando alrededor. Los datos de gobierno son la narrativa que nos intentan vender y lo hacen a través de estas personas que les acabo de enseñar en estas pantallas donde pueden ver que no existe pensamiento crítico, simplemente ven un dato que les está dando el mismo gobierno para seguir su narrativa. Y ahora, lo que les había dicho sigue en pie. Lo que no estoy completamente seguro es qué tan rápido va a pasar. Ahí es donde les tengo que poner eso. ¿Por qué? Veo tres diferentes cosas. Una, el tercer cuarto puede ser potente porque todavía usaron el tercer cuarto de este año para poder hacer que la gente compre cosas por miedo, como coches eléctricos, relojes, por lo de los aranceles, que la gente sigue cayendo en esa estupidez, ¿no? Pero después de esto ya no hay nada más. Ya se acaba, mínimo la historia como la tienen hasta ahorita se acaba. Para el cuarto, definitivamente el primer cuarto del próximo año va a ser terrible, terrible. Lo que yo pienso, además de estas dos cosas, es que vamos a bajar intereses agresivamente, pero por ahí del próximo verano. Lo que están haciendo ahorita es convenciendo a todo el mundo que está viviendo un mundo en inflación, sin crecimiento, sin empleo, donde no puedes comprar casa, donde no puedes rentar, donde no puedes hacer nada. Los han convencido de que esto va a continuar subiendo. Y es justamente aquí donde te abrochan cuando estás parado, cabrón. Justamente aquí, cuando crees que nada puede cambiar, que el mercado va a continuar subiendo, pues güey, todos los datos son buenos. Y me imagino que la realidad no importa tanto como los datos. Y cuando ya convencieron a todo el mundo de esta narrativa y les están diciendo, porque tienen que verlo, lo platicamos con la historia de los judíos. Si Estados Unidos te está, o el gobierno, los gobiernos públicamente te están informando de algo que ya ocurrió una vez, que fue una tragedia que en ese entonces no querían admitir, uno, inflación. Güey, ¿vas a causar un chingo de inflación? No, no se preocupen. Pasan 2 años diciendo que no. Bueno, sí hay inflación. Y ahora de la nada te están diciendo, viene nueva inflación. Por eso les dije que era una estupidez. Cuando hacen eso, es prueba. Les voy a dar una mejor prueba que me dieron aquí en el chat, antier. La mejor prueba que existe de esto es, ¿se acuerdan? Tuvimos la pandemia. Cuando vino la pandemia, dijeron, esto no importa, no le importa a nadie le va a hacer quedarse en casa, etcétera. Ocurre la pandemia. Y después, ¿cuántas veces no te amenazaron de que monkeypox y que todos estos diferentes virus iban a causar otra pandemia? Y te lo ponían enfrente y todo el mundo se fricaba. Va a venir otra pandemia, va a venir otra pandemia. ¿Y pasó? No, absolutamente no. Cuando te están dando un segundo aire de algo que ya ocurrió, que te están diciendo, ahora sí, viene el escenario que ellos mismos crearon, no viene. No sé cuántas veces tengo que repetir esto, pero es importantísimo entender eso. No viene, no viene. Y esto de que, güey, la estanflación ya la tuvimos por 2 años, 2 años y medio mínimo, donde Empezaste a ver los precios de la camioneta de la clase G que costaba $400,000 y cayó a $150,000 en estos últimos años. Y estás viendo a toda la gente que ha sido despedida y que solamente existe un porcentaje de este tamaño que trabaja en tecnología, que tienen salarios de la NBA, todos los ingenieros y toda la gente que trabaja en estas empresas de tecnología. Y al tener todas estas empresas de tecnología literalmente forrando a todos sus empleados, ellos pueden mantener literalmente todos estos números, maquillar la economía a cierto grado para que todo el mundo crea que está bien. Y lo más brutal, el control que tienen sobre la mente de todos con estas historias tan tontas, con estos datos tan tontos, es brutal. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que el gobierno le está vendiendo a la gente? Esto es lo que tenemos que entender. Estamos viendo esto desde el punto de vista de marketing. La economía está fuerte, la inflación está controlada donde la esperamos nosotros, el desempleo no se está disparando, está perfecto. Y eso quiere decir, Jerome Powell sale a bajar tipos, y esta es la importante. Jerome Powell sale a bajar tipos y ahora todo el mundo, todos se volvieron expertos en cuando Jerome Powell baja los tipos, no bajan. Se les fue el año pasado, pero ahora ya son expertos este año de ello. Y aquí es donde les digo, están repitiendo las cosas y no van a pasar. No van a pasar. Van a bajar los tipos realmente. Ahora, ¿lo van a hacer luego? No creo, porque tienen que mantener la ilusión de lo que les estoy diciendo. Y una vez más, si vamos a tener el peor cuarto de toda la historia para Tesla, para Lucid, para Rivian, probablemente para todas las armadoras de coches en Estados Unidos. Sigo un canal de un güey que vende coches de $5,000 máximo, y ese güey no puede vender coches de $3,500 ahorita. Imagínense lo jodido que está el país, pero eso sí, espérense. Pero eso sí, por favor, viene la fuerte recesión. Crack. No, me sigues. No puede ser, no lo puedo creer. Qué tristeza. Crack, Catalina también. No, es que, cabrón, imagínate ser un gran economista y que te digan todo lo que tienes que decir. Es todo lo que les tengo que decir. Viene la oportunidad. ¿Por qué lo decimos una vez más? Sencillo. Definitivamente ya no existe más narrativa para poder empujar todavía la idea de comprar cosas ahorita. Ya todo el mundo compró todo lo que tenía que comprar. Tienes la menor cantidad de actividad económica en el sector casas, pero tengo que abrir un caveat. Aquí las casas se están moviendo rápido porque los constructores literalmente descontaron sus casas un chingo. Ahora una casa nueva es más barata que una casa usada en Estados Unidos. Entonces, hay gente que compra de los constructores que también te pueden dar un descuento por encima a través de los intereses porque ellos te financian. Y es lo que está ocurriendo en este momento para que la gente crea, porque pueden mandarte la información de, güey, ves que están comprando un chingo de nueva construcción. Sí, güey, pero está 20% más barata. 20%. ¿Y esto qué va a hacer? Que todo el mundo tenga que descontar su casa usada, porque si no, ¿por qué mierdas voy a comprar una casa usada cuando puedo comprar una nueva? O es que las nuevas casas no están construidas así. Nadie piensa así. Todo el mundo va a comprar un nuevo coche, aunque esté construido de mierda, y ya que le sale de mierda, se quejan y quieren uno nuevo otra vez. Nadie aprende nada de eso. Estás viendo lo de los coches no se están moviendo, están quedando separados en todos lados. Lo único que está moviendo en este momento son los eléctricos por el fin de los incentivos fiscales. Estás viendo despidos definitivamente masivos en el sector tecnológico, que es lo que carga la economía real, y que no hay trabajos, pero te dan trabajos acá, perfecto, todo bien. Te venden la estanflación, que ya pasó. Te venden el que no van a bajar los tipos, que ya pasó. Toca lo bueno. Toca absolutamente lo mejor de este ciclo, damas y caballeros. Así que sin más ni más, les traigo para todos ustedes que quieran acompañarnos, caerle y quieran aprender también, porque recuerdan, no se trata solamente de invertir, de hacer trading, también puedes aprender a invertir con todo esto de las tablas. Nos ha ayudado bastante. El año pasado la rompimos todos en este canal juntos. Olvídense de los trades y de todo eso. La rompimos con Coinbase, la rompimos con Tesla, la rompimos con Rivian, con Lucid, con el gas natural, con Oklo. Hemos destruido todo. Y este año nos hemos aventado muy buenas. Ahorita tenemos una posición en Lucid que si compraste bien, estás arriba 50% en solamente un mes. Si no, 30% arriba en un mes, nada mal. Entonces, ahí vamos. Este es un mercado bastante fácil de entender, sobre todo el mercado natural, la bolsa. Si sabes ver una tabla, es muy sencillo porque la bolsa se mueve súper lento. Y para todo el mundo preguntándose, este es el final de cripto, ya no va a subir más. Y de la bolsa, voy a decir, estaba esperando un pop mucho más alto que no llegó. Y eso en cripto me hace empezar a pensar, pero ahorita les voy a enseñar los niveles que son importantes para ustedes de mantener en mente. Pero sigo con la misma visión. Estás en deflación. La razón por la que las casas nuevas valen menos es porque hay deflación. La razón por la que hay cosas bajando de precio y por qué los aranceles no están pasando a la gente es porque hay deflación. Simplemente empieza lento, pero una vez que te caes de las escaleras vas en putiza. Y es lo que estoy esperando en los próximos 6 a 9 meses, que una vez más, para que algo cabrón ocurra, estoy diciendo último cuarto de este año, primer cuarto del segundo, no he cambiado de opinión una sola vez en todo esto, ustedes han estado aquí todo este tiempo. Este es el mejor año de toda mi vida en mercados y todo, por no estar viendo las noticias, por no estar fijándome en lo que dice, por estar fijándome en lo que les están haciendo creer. No es una casualidad, es como funciona esto, es demasiado sencillo de entender una vez que ya lo ves, es como ver el código de la Matrix. Entonces, estamos en esto, estamos quebrándola y ustedes también pueden hacer esto. Si quieren aprender algo de trading, es más, ni siquiera tienen que venir a nuestros cursos ni nada, caigan a nuestro Discord. Aquí lo tienen. The Elite Trading Academy es completamente gratis. Está en el enlace aquí abajo. Voy a acercarme un poco para que lo puedan ver. Aquí tienen todos los menús de la izquierda. Tienen los análisis de Alex. Tienen los análisis de Farhan de hace 10 meses. Tienen el criptolingo por acá para que puedan entender todas las abreviaciones que usamos o que se usan en el chat. Y el chat general, por cierto, vamos a ver si están ya llamándole a Mango. Todo el mundo ya preocupadísimo. Nos vamos a cero, brother. Nos vamos a cero. No se me preocupen. Bueno, quién sabe, tal vez iba a bajar todo. Yo no tengo posiciones spot en cripto y mi último trade fue el último de todo el mes que me salió mal, que fue el long que acabábamos de hacer. Estuve equivocado en él, entendidísimo. Pero veo que la academia le está yendo bien de todas maneras. Mi buen Getro con un 316%. Bien, entonces un short de 54%. Te aventaste un buen long acá de 35% en XRP, tío. Bien. XRP también buen long, también por acá. Bueno, es una posición corta de Bitcoin, bien hecho, un 62% y un 345%. Muy a la tomatito, que por cierto, aquí también Mango, le están poniendo los mangos, bien hecho. Pues ahí lo tienen. Aquí está todo lo que necesiten. Y si son degenerados y quieren también tradear como nosotros en estos exchanges de futuros, aquí les dejo el enlace abajo de cómo usar B2Nix, cómo usar un exchange de futuros. Está en un video de 11 minutos en español. En putiza, literalmente lo acabo de hacer. Tiene toda la explicación de cómo funciona, cómo abrir una cuenta, cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo mandar dinero a la cuenta, cómo usar la cuenta dentro de la cuenta, cómo abrir un long, cómo abrir un corto, cómo poner un take profit, cómo poner un stop loss y todo eso. Y si no entiendes de lo que estoy hablando, por el puto amor de Dios, ve el curso, $29 que no me van a hacer millonario, te lo juro por mi vida. Y con eso vas a poder entender todo lo que hablamos para que puedas hacer todo lo que estamos haciendo. Con eso dicho y hecho, vámonos a ver el precio de los Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. A ver cómo vamos. Good morning, boys. How you doing?
Buenos días, muchachos. Happy Friday.
Yes, happy Friday.
Happy Friday indeed. Alex, what do you got for us? Are we going to zero, or you know what? The GDP was revised to 3.8%, so I must stay in the market. Everything should go up, right?
It must.
We saw a quick correction to zero, real quick.
Yeah, just data. Just
it's okay.
Listen, when the government gives me data, I know it's for my own good. So I know the market's going to rebound right now because you know they're saying that GDP is higher. And also, by the way, inflation came in at expectations. And also, can I say, jobs came also. I'm sorry. What are they called? When people apply for unemployment, came lower than expected. So the economy's humming right now. If you talk to everyone, everyone's broke, but the economy's humming. It's fucking humming like a hummingbird and like a fighter jet. It's crazy. Just don't talk to anyone about it. Just read the news.
Don't ask any real people.
No.
That's right. Just read the news.
People, actual Americans, just read the news, you know. Crypto Twitter is my resource. I like going on there.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job. What do you got for us, Alex?
Yeah, so I think it's quite important viewing it on the daily. I mean, we had that reaction, the bullish reaction from 112,000. We went right into that $114,000 region. Specifically, it was 114,042. So on other exchanges, you barely brushed up against that $114,000 region. This is very important because we were talking about that being the spot. That's the Glock 3000 zone for bulls. You need to see a reclaim if you want to see more expansion. And if you're short, there's no reason at all to short into support. There's zero reasons, actually. Might as well wait for the mean reversion move. Watch the reaction around that $114,000. If you get the reclaim, good. Open longs. If you start rejecting, will be a very telling sign. So what has occurred? Well, you had that daily EMA 100 expansion, very to the book. Often, you know, when you go to a level as seen as like the daily EMA 100 mixed in with a meme line, more often than not, you will get a move. It's just more a matter of does that move get followed through. You see, you went right into that daily EMA 9 and specifically that $114,000 meme line. This was major because we were watching this zone being the only separation from us going all the way back up to that 116,000, possibly even higher. Now, the daily 9 got lost. We then dumped really hard from the daily 9, and we started to consolidate off the EMA 100. Logically, this made price form into a new range, right? We entered this range, but also you're just stuck between moving averages. Where the 100, if it doesn't give, you're gonna have another move up to all the clusters of major moving averages we look at, 9, 21, 34. But you can just see visually not getting back above that actually very bad for bulls. It's bad for bulls because what we had was a major rejection. This rejection down led to a daily EMA 100 loss. But most importantly, we lost 109,300 region. Now, this to me is losing this on a daily really indicates a breakdown. And we already know that. Specifically, when you lose the EMA 100, generally speaking, off of trending moves or volatility, you often either expand from the EMA 100 or, right, in trending markets, so this isn't a good example, lost it, didn't move down from it, and you started to, you know, actually go up, but rather here, lose it, you just start expanding down to the next target being the SMA 200. So for me, I'm not really surprised, nor am I even worried. We had our longs get stopped perfectly okay, but I do recall last stream, Farm's very vocal about possibly even TPing around this region. It's a major, major zone. There should be no reason to really be front running that until you got the reclaim. And the idea was that we would play within this range, this low would hold, and we would start just moving back up. We've seen this price action before where you hold the low and you just start slowly moving up, forming bullish trend. Now, the daily's still in a downtrend, and that shouldn't surprise anyone. The daily has been in a downtrend since September 22nd's low. Once you took out essentially this last higher low represented by this red line, you were in a downtrend. And this is why it was extremely crucial for bulls to actually get back above 114,000. Now, if we go to the 5-day, we also talked about the 5-day, right? The 5-day, it's very critical. It was very crucial last week to see the 5-day 9 hold, and it did not. The idea was into this 5-day, you were going to see bulls pick up, and they did. We went, you know, we even went past the 5-day EMA 9. But this is why the levels are very important in watching on the daily. Because this instantly did make us more cautious at the fact that 114,000 needed to get reclaimed, hold, and then expand. It not just generally leads to downside price action. You can go on your own chart. You can throw the 5-day on. If you just throw the 5-day on the time frame and just hold, and then have an EMA 9, it actually is very easily represented on if we're bullish or bearish above the EMA 9, right, on the 5-day. So when you're under the EMA 9, you get back above, You hold it, that's very bullish. That's generally an easy long trigger. But on the flip side, if you lose the 5-day EMA 9, rally up to it, no reclaims the following candle, you generally move down. Now, this is very important, specifically when we have a 5-day setup. The 5-day setup still hasn't expanded. It's only at 2.38%. This doesn't mean it can't expand. But what I'm watching now is for potentially a mean reversion move back to around that 112,000 before we actually get followed through down. Now, why would I think that? Well, we had a higher low here in the making, right? We were saying that this low needs to hold. We need to move up. We need to take out this last high. And then ideally into this region, you form your higher low. You can see you've come all the way down. You've taken this low. The 5-day closes in a day and 11 hours. Let's throw the 21 on and see where that sits. Okay, so we see the 5 days closing in 1 day. You are still at support. We cannot disregard that low 109 support. That is the wick high that we're holding, right? That was the wick high before we went all the way down to low 80,000s, even 74,000, honestly. So it's significant. Get back under that. Yikes. I mean, nothing's stopping. Once you get back under this wick low, nothing's stopping price from doing this. That's why it's extremely crucial to see this at least hold. And if you've been watching the streams, that low $109,000 doesn't change for me. That's why it's a red line. That is the shit line. You can have ranges here, right? Boom, boom, boom. That then can expand up to the extremity highs, break out. But now we're at the extremity lows. It's going to be very crucial to hold here. Specifically, if I want my short idea to play out. I don't agree with shorting down here. It just doesn't seem very logical. And even looking at the daily, you can see shorting into a massive red dildo generally just doesn't work on Bitcoin. Had you shorted into this candle, just wouldn't have worked. Short into this candle, wouldn't have worked. Short into this candle, wouldn't have worked. Short into this candle, you get what I'm saying? So even shorting into this candle proved that you still got a mean reversion bounce of over 2% from wick low. So probably not the best time to start scaling shorts at the range lows. Most likely, that's just my opinion. But rather, we should just play what we know. We know 112,000 was massive support. We also know Bitcoin from this point likes to make big moves up, rallies up to it. Can it get reclaims? It's the bigger question. I know there's a lot of circles. Let me start deleting some. I'm going to draw more. Don't fret. I will draw more. Right? We've seen this price action before in this region. So, is it wise to be scaling shorts here for the meme line loss on a daily? Probably not. If you want to be aggressive in shorting this, you need 2 to 3 closures below, meaning, okay, it rejects, stays under. And then maybe into tomorrow, we can short down. But it's still way too early. And that doesn't mean you can't aggressively short. It's just more a matter of where do we properly aggressively short.
What about the 2-week EMA 21?
Let's go to that. I was gonna segue into the higher time frame. Let's check the 21. Oh. And so I like the 2-week perspective. The 2-week perspective is very nice because this tells you exactly what the daily tells you. You lose the red line, or just specifically 2-week 9, you're going to get a major move down to the low $100,000 region. But again, it shouldn't surprise anyone, specifically when we just lost a daily EMA 100, which is still sitting at $112,000 region. And so logically, we should see some kind of move up into the zone, today, tomorrow, the next day, ideally. That's like to the book short. Doesn't have to be. And that's why if we're going to make a shallow lower high and stay under the 109.3 region, we'll be able to identify this, but we need more closures. Because until then, this could be a bullish reclaim on the daily. You're shorting now, and then we just bust up bearish retest, lower high, you get a super easy risk to reward short, and also you get to play a daily EMA 100 short. Now, many people will say, well, last time that didn't work out. Yeah, I agree. That's Bitcoin. It doesn't have to work out. But it does also help you to identify when things are shifting. Because this scenario may not have worked out, but definitely there has been scenarios that has, for sure, that we have successfully shorted. We've gone here, we've shorted into this zone, down, got up to this region, bearish retest, deviation, bearish retest. This is very easy to short. And even on this reclaim, you did eventually move all the way up, form a lower high, and retest the EMA 100. Even when Bitcoin was all the way at 78,000 and the EMA 100 was sitting at 92,000, really just didn't seem like we were going to test that. We did. We went 21%, rejected, and even here came up around 13%. So you're still within a very, big zone. I'm whenever I get a daily closure losing major levels, it's like you get like a day, 2, maybe 3 days to really position correctly before something big occurs like this. You'll either get chopped and then you'll start moving up, or you'll just start rejecting down. And really, if we're going to be bearish, then bear's objective is to expand as far away from the EMA 100 as possible. They need this kind of price action, straight to business, not this. This is not straight to business. This is chop. This isn't fun. So for me today, for the Academy, I'm still watching for a short into this region. It still is my plan B. If 114,000 can't reject, unfortunately, we didn't get a lot of price action around 114,000. I personally wanted to start scaling shorts into that, granted if we had more data, but it's perfectly okay. I'm perfectly okay taking a short around 112,000, watching this area very carefully, because I know how important the daily EMA 100 is in the midst of a bull market or even in the midst of a bear market, right? If we can really just look at when we're super duper trending down, the EMA 100 often can be a very good spot to watch. Just like when you're super trending up, lose it, and you move up, kind of caught your extremity high before going down. Caught your extremity high before going down. Vice versa. Caught your extremity low before moving up. So if, let's say you got stopped on your long, it is what it is. You now need to watch $112,000. Does not change with volatility. This can give an easy opportunity where I'm sure a lot of shorts scaled into this green red dildo. I'm sure a lot are horny and happy. We've seen this before. Bears often don't get an easy move down. It generally has been just very choppy, sideways and down, but still very choppy. Even if, you're right on shorts, it's just consistent lower highs. Once you get that lower low, it's just right to another lower high. So here, you have that lower low, lower high scenario. I'm going to be watching 112,000 to 112,500 very carefully. Because not only does a daily provide you a short setup now, but going back to my 5-day, what we were talking about, the 5-day will also give you a short setup. You hold that low 109K region, right? And we can start seeing this. Let's say today loses that 109K, and then tomorrow you lose it. Now the 5-day has lost our range support. Now we can start aggressively shorting the meme line. And then maybe then we're in a scenario where Bitcoin just about to dump really hard, causing the daily EMA 100 to start moving down. Could also happen. But in this scenario, if you hold support, even so, you still would be gauging a move to the 21. The 21 sitting at $112,000. We'll put the 34 on. You can see here you're at the essentially range lows of the moving averages on the 5-day. You saw how well the 21 held. So we have to assume the 34 is going to give a reaction. You haven't officially hit it, so that, you know, could mean that you still will move a little more down. But I would bet more often than not that you will get some kind of reaction here. That reaction easily could just turn into a 5-day lower high. You get your lower high, we're so back, everyone's bullish. There you get your BBWP set up. And again, we can't act like in this region, once you lose that low 109K, you don't just break down. Let's measure this from this region here, came down. It took, okay, 85 days. We went down 31%, pretty nice. And what I like about this 5 days, well, it was pretty straight to business. Shallow lower highs, down, shallow lower high, down. And if you just started scaling shorts up here, you had an easy move up. And even, right, you're like, well, we still made a high from that point. Perfectly okay. This 5-day EMA 9 reclaim would have said, yeah, cut the short, take your shekels home, let's reevaluate. That's why a simple system like a 12-hour, 5-day, monthly, using an EMA 9 can just be as simple as that. You know, I remember when I first started trading, it was like people overcomplicate trading systems. If you can backtest it and it works for you, good. Then you have a system. Also, not yesterday, but 2 days ago when we were streaming on Wednesday, you know, not only was the higher time frames telling us $114,000 was a major spot, but also the lower time frames, even the 12-hour. If we look, you lost all major moving averages on the 12-hour. Yes, you were holding support. That's good. But even here, you perfectly rejected the 12-hour 9, which, talking about trading systems, we've talked about the 12-hour one, which often just can give you an easy lower time frame gauge on if bulls or bears are in control. Getting in trending markets, always, you know, preface that and say that, but in trending markets, once you lose a 9, get back above a 9 and hold it, you often expand. And vice versa. When you hold a 9, lose it, you often reject. And it's just an easy gauge on, are we bearish or bullish on the lower time frames? And so even in the midst of this move up, when we were long, we had a nice move up. This still was telling you need to be cautious because the 12-hour 9 couldn't even get reclaimed. It's a very telling sign. If we want the daily 9 to get reclaimed, we'll go back to that. We see the daily EMA 9, whenever it wants to load, is sitting in this region. Then logically, you should start seeing that 12-hour 9 get reclaimed at very minimum. Then maybe that can bleed into the daily. You can see that didn't even occur. You just simply formed a shooting star off of the 12-hour 9, evening star, my apologies, and then you got follow through. So at least in this perspective, even on the 12-hour, you have a lower low break, most likely comes in for a lower high. If the flavor of this move down has been rallies up to the 12-hour 9 and rejects, then I'm just going to take the easy trade and simply watch that. That ties in with our 5-day, our daily, and now the 12-hour. We'll throw the EMA 100 on. So I believe we were approaching that with the 4-hour, which was another big zone. Even on the 4-hour, maybe you don't like dailies, 5 days, or 12 hours. Maybe you just like 4-hour trades. Perfectly okay. This was still a bullish deviation. You got back above the 9, above all major moving averages. This still told you, though, to be cautious because you weren't above all major moving averages. You easily saw here in this region the zone where, yeah, you get back above that, it's going to be a free ride up. Like visually, there's nothing stopping price from just going up to 116,000. So even in the midst of this move up, it still reached the 34. So you still should have been cautious here. So that's kind of why I'm watching that 114,000, why we all were. It's a really big zone, and we did reject. So now moving forward, this changes things for me. I'm no longer bullish on Bitcoin. Rather, I'm turning quite bearish. And even so, I do see some easy setups, possibly brewing in October. It's all about just positioning now. We were allowed to be bullish above the EMA 100, but my system does not allow me to be bullish when you're under it. That doesn't mean you can't quickly rally up, reclaim it, and start going up. Granted, that's exactly what happened last time. But I also know that happened last time, and I also know there's probably a lot of traders that tried to take this setup that didn't work, so they're just going to disregard it. That often makes it prime time trading for when you get this kind of move. It's definitely worth something to watch for a major reaction down. Now, I'll say the daily volatility is still hot. You're still expanding, and even more so, you're in breakdown, right, on HBDR. So logically, this says, yeah, if you hold that 109 region, you can easily move up to the 50%. Granted, these ranges will move today, but it's sitting really near the EMA 100. And you can even see where the 34 is, which again was the last spot that rejected. You're coming in really near the 38.2%. Now, I'd like to see the shift. This 38.2% actually moves down. That would be a good perspective for me and give me more confluence of 112,000. Because if we started to just rally up to this point, and move up, yeah, it could still reject, could be dirty. We've seen it before. But it just could give bulls more fuel to get a reclaim. Getting back above the EMA 100, once you lose it, generally is a very bullish setup for Bitcoin, at least. So if we understand that and we know that, then in theory, this zone should not get reclaimed anymore. 112,000 should be the spot. And moving forward, I'm watching this region for a max short. My max short idea will just simply take me to the SMA 200, which still does not change with time. It's still always going to be our second spot after losing the EMA 100. The only thing that will change is just emotions and people. When we reach this zone, and let's just assume, right? Let's just go into a bear utopia real quick, that this just quickly dumps in the next 2-3 days all the way down to the low $103,000 region. What most likely occurs then? Well, most likely a lot of people become extremely bearish on Bitcoin. All the headline traders, all the macroeconomic experts start talking. But we'll understand that, well, this is still a bullish reclaim, and you still haven't gotten the bullish retest. In the midst of all of this, we've still been talking about a bullish retest scenario off of the SMA 200. That does not change. So we still have to really watch this zone. We can use the 109K region to say, yeah, this will aggressively break down. The next target, once we rejected it, was the low 103K region. You can just see that visually here. Went up, rejected 109. You came straight down to low 103s. And then you got a bounce. So then that can tell me that, yeah, if you have already lost this region, right, on the daily. So if today you can't reclaim this 109K, then it'll really start looking like you're actually just going to potentially form a shallow lower high here before nuking down. There you could get that mean reversion bounce. And if you don't retest the EMA 100, that will eventually be tested. It could just mean you swipe down, everyone's bearish, and then you bounce. And you just have to play what you know. You would have already still been gauging this bearish retest. It doesn't need to happen immediately. And if this scenario actually occurred, this would be more predatory. You'd have a lot of shorts, very happy, right? If we just start scaling shorts here and we're just printing, you most likely get a massive squeeze up. If you get an 8% move up from this low, yeah, it's probably going to be good enough to get everyone bullish again. This will provide some kind of extremity. So you have two perspectives. You're either going to get the bearish retest the next day or two, maybe over the weekend into this region, little scam pump. Or yeah, you'll just start rejecting the 109K region. The daily today will at least tell us if we're going to actually take this scenario and just reject from here. It's still way too early, in my opinion, to know that. So watch the 4-hour very carefully. You are in breakdown technically. So then the next hour, 44 minutes, if this 4 hours is still holding, kind of chopping, well, that'll be a very telling sign to me that, yeah, maybe the 9 moves down and you do get the reclaim and then you move up. So just be very aware. This spot is a very tricky spot because anything can happen. Like anything can happen. You can move up bigly, but you also can move down. And the fact that you've already come all the way down, yesterday you literally just had a range breakdown in one candle. It's not bullish. So just be very aware of that. So yeah, that's the daily. So now we'll go to the higher time frames, more like the weekly, 2-week. Weekly is giving you a perspective, which is once you get this weekly candle closure, ideally it holds the 21. This can make it very easy. We're then in a moving average range. This will tie in nicely with our daily analysis, which is, yeah, perhaps you do get a bounce. Perhaps this is going to just be a trap for bulls. You're going to move up and you will retest the weekly 9. That's a big spot. Now you had chop here with the weekly 9. I know you went up, you went down, but something will give you, you will start trending soon. It won't stay like this forever. And even more so, you still have 2 sessions of 0% volatility. So what I'd like is really just, let's start banging shorts on the weekly 9. And then maybe we can perhaps get an easy short. You can just see when you are bearish, the weekly 9 can provide a good spot. Has it? No, it definitely has not been a good spot for shorts. It's been a great spot for longs. But it won't always be like that. And we just need to really understand that. Even in 2021, you held a weekly 9 beautifully. You lost it. You reclaimed it. You lost it. Once you lost the 21 here, which is exactly where we're at now, you started to move down. You actually didn't even, no, you lost the 21 there, and then you moved down. So we need to be very cautious of this region. Often, big moves down occur in the start of a weekly EMA 9 loss. So let's go back to my criteria for bull or bear, right? Has the weekly 9 been lost? No. So we need to watch that in the next 2 days. This will give me more confluence of our max short idea now. Has the daily EMA 100 been lost? Yes, it has been. So that's our first point. That's where we're going to start working off of and maybe shorting in expectations of maybe a bad weekly. And then lastly, just, hammering the coffin or nailing the coffin, whatever the saying goes. Can't talk today. Are you under the monthly 9? Well, no, you're not. And even more so, we talked about this little gap here, not gap, but just you expanded and you're now far from the 9, still can mean that you easily can test the monthly 9 and still be bullish. You've seen this before. Green dildo, so back, so amazing. Doesn't seem like you're ever going to test the monthly 9. And, well, Bitcoin says, hold my beer. And you do. Here as well. Nice gap. Doesn't seem like you're ever going to come back down. And then you do. So Bitcoin can afford a pullback here. You already have a monthly higher high. It's not like totally outlandish. But you also visually can just see how important, for bulls at least, it will be to hold and defend that 109K region. Because last month you had a major, essentially breakdown. The hopium was that into this month, you were going to at least get some reclaim, some bullish structure is going to start forming. You're going to get some repairing on this chart. But if this just leads to a nasty wick high rejection, and perhaps even maybe this monthly flipping red, it's going to start looking pretty nasty. And more so, it's going to be looking like a breakdown. And again, you can just see last time the monthly rejected that 109K region, you did end up going pretty low. Now, yes, you were following the monthly 9, But what if you lose the monthly 9? You could just start making a case to go to the 21, test these lows, but we'll know the monthly's in a downtrend. You take out June 1st low, this will be in a downtrend for me. And then if this is in a downtrend with the monthly 9 lost, weekly 9's lost, and also the daily EMA at 100, we're now in a bear market. So something really worth watching. You also see this EMA 9 on the monthly is sitting really nicely with what Alejandro talked about on the 2-week. The 21, it's in the low $100,000 region. This 2 weeks closing in 2 days. So you're getting pretty nice closings, in the next 2 days to 4 to 2 days. That will really help us get confluence on if we should short or long in October. If you start losing that 109K, even on the 2-week, you would have a setup taking you to the 21. It just lines up nicely with our monthly 9, telling you that in this region now, most likely probably should not be aggressively longing anymore. Because, well, you very fast could make an 8% move in like a day or two, really. Like if you just stay under this zone, nothing is going to stop price from dumping down to the SMA 200. And also nothing is really stopping price from going past that. A bullish setup's a bullish setup until it's not. So that's why we need to just watch it. Once you lose the SMA 200, yeah, you're now at risk of losing the monthly 9. And mind you, the monthly is closing in 4 days. Bear's objective is going to be to lose the monthly 9. So if you're bearish, your objective now at this point is just simply to start moving down to the 9. That would be max fucky if in 4 days you come all the way down to this region and you're just hanging onto the cliff. That's a market, right? That's difficult. That's making long sweat. That's making shorts brick up. Very likely could happen. We'll have to watch and see where today closes. So it's worth watching markets now. October is going to be a major time for Bitcoin at least. And I pray that we do start seeing this higher time frame volatility. You still have the monthly, lowest read ever. You have a weekly, you have a 2-week, a 5-day. And actually, I remember 2 days ago, we were very close to that 2-day firing off. Let's see if it did. And it did not. So that's interesting as well. You are right about to put in a 2-day volatility setup while also being in a 2-day sell trigger. Why is it a 2-day sell trigger? Because you're under all major moving averages. And we did talk about that. That's why it was very crucial to get back above that 114,000. Next objective from here is, well, the EMA at 100, which actually is the next range support. (2.8%). Let's check the HBDR. And this is even in a breakdown. So I'd be very cautious of Bitcoin. We were bullish, and we were allowed to be bullish above 112,000. But the fact that now we're rejecting that region, you perfectly rejected 114,000, is not good. That's not a good sign, I'll just be frank. So we need to be watching very carefully. Watch that low. It's specifically 109,300. That's the spot now. That's going to be either the spot that holds, or this will be the spot that starts rejecting, causing the daily to expand down. And honestly, now, it's, again, still way too early to know. This isn't really looking the best. It's just not. So, yeah. This looks like the 4 hour is about to break down. Let's see here. So you have a lower high. Don't know who's here. You have another lower high. So got to be very cautious here. If you're scaling longs, let's even see if an hourly allows that. Just real quick. Ooh, no. It was like you were hoping you would expand from here, but you did not. Now, the hopium is that you are going to form some kind of lower time frame, higher low, but I would not be betting on that, specifically when you can go to the 30-minute and you can say, yeah, 30 minutes about to break down. It's about to give you an SFP setup. If you're an aggressive trader, you can take a 30-minute trade and target down. I wouldn't do that, but that's what people will be doing. So I'd be watching that very carefully. Why I'm even looking at the lower time frames is just to show anyone who's longing here, well, what's the argument? There's none. This is a trap because you had a 30-minute buy trigger. And this is why 2 to 3 closures is important. One candle doesn't change anything. Maybe if you've gotten 2 to 3 above the 34, you could then argue up to here and here. But this is now just doing the opposite, bearish engulfing. Is it a bearish engulfing? Yeah, bearish engulfing. This wick went up, and now you're bearish engulfing. 3 minutes. So if you're all watching this and you like lower time frames, this easily could be a setup potentially. I'm not going to take this nor give this to the academy, but something to watch when you're in this region, because this is a big zone. You're either going to move down to the $106,000 or move up to 112,000. You're not just going to stay here. And for now, it's looking more bearish than bullish. So just be very aware of that. We'll talk. I'll finish here on Bitcoin with the quarterly. Curious to see what my quarterly CME chart looks like. Ooh, not good. Why is this not good? Well, you are potentially putting in a quarterly topping candle. This isn't good. Last time you put in a quarterly topping candle was here. What did this lead to? Nice, pretty easy. Well, I'll be conservative. So it actually led to an immediate, after that quarterly, 31% move to the 9. Where's the quarterly 9? Ooh, right at 80,000. What does that line up really nicely if we start to move down to 80K? Well, that lines up really nice with our monthly 21. So then you could start making an argument that maybe perhaps you are going to start losing the monthly 9. And if you do, you could then start making your way to the quarterly 9, which is the next zone on your monthly. The monthly 21 will give you a bounce. I'm very sure about that. Nothing's ever 100%, but more often than not, it will. Couldn't that just lead to the monthly bearish retest before the bear market? For sure. Definitely could. All while then the quarterly's just topped. Yeah, you move to the 9, but let's hope that holds. We'll go to CME. It's a lot cleaner. Right? And so on this perspective, CME, you need to close above $112,000. 112,300. On Bitcoin, it's 112 flat. There's a premium on CME. Where you are going to run the risk of testing this 9. And even more so, you're going to get confluence if, let's say we close this candle exactly like this, or this flips red, you're going to get confluence. Yeah, this is a top, or logically it should be, just like here, top. And then you should, if it's going to play out, you should get follow through the next 3 months. So that could mean then at the end of this year, starting next year, you could be actually pretty down. So just something to watch as we move forward, because that's not a bullish candle at all by any means. It's not bullish. That does not look bullish. Now, 4 days, anything can happen. You don't want to be the guy front running top candles on the higher time frame. So just watch, something to watch. Specifically, if we're going into October, perhaps bearish. Now, the bi-monthly is looking pretty heavy, I'm not going to lie. It's looking like you can't get past May's wick high. And this just honestly looks like distribution to me. This whole range looks like distribution. but there's a high. Yeah, that's true. But look at, I mean, look at these wick high rejections. These are nasty. And even on this perspective, buy monthly nines at 90,000. So, you know, if you're sitting here super green, super maybe over leverage, can you afford an 18 to 30% pullback? That's the bigger question. If you can, well, I'd then reanalyze everything, because similar to what I said about the monthly, you often do like to move to the 9. So if you move to the 9, it's just simply, it's like a 16% move. Let's see if the HPDR can tell us anything. Okay, so some hopium. You are going to get a pullback still, but hopium is at this median holds. That median is at $103,000. That sits really nicely by our monthly 9. So that can just tell you, yeah, the monthly 9, bi-monthly median, it all needs to hold. And if it does, good. That's great. That's a good sign. You would still be saying that just based on the monthly. You hold the 9, it's a great sign. There's nothing really bearish about that. But even here, you could be at risk of losing that monthly median, giving you a target all the way to that $85,000 region. What does this really tie up nicely with? Our EMA 21 potentially bounce scenario. Maybe you lose the 9, you come to the 21. This 21 most likely will give you a bounce. If we lose the 9, I am going to be convinced this will be like a max opportunity to short. Max opportunity. Because it could just be something like this. You lose the 9, you come to the 21. And in this region, that was the generational short spot. But you reclaim the 9. Yeah, absolutely. You did. That's why we'll use other things than a moving average. But still, having an idea that this area is the generational short spot, bounce off the 21, go up to that zone. I mean, it simply was just that. That is life-changing money. If you can have a 65% gain in under a year, that's amazing. And also, had you just high leverage traded this and just positioned, you didn't have to do anything. You just printed every single month. I know, because I've shorted in 2022 heavily, and it was very easy. It's like, people love bull markets, but you also in bear markets get super trending markets. So just, you know, figure out the environment and trade as such. So in summary, I'm very bearish on Bitcoin. Things have changed for me. $112,000 needs to absolutely get reclaimed if I need to become bullish again, or simply just the EMA 100. I've always said this. If you stay under the EMA 100, you're going to be at risk of just totally not being in control if you're a bull. And even more so, the 4-hour, as I showed, looks to me like it's about to break down. So I'd be very aware of that. You're already getting follow through on that. Once you take out these lows, you're going to start aggressively moving down to the low 106K region. And why am I confident in saying that? Well, on the daily, what's going to stop it? Nothing. And even more so, this SMA 200 will be a magnet. It's like a magnet for price. So you have a daily volatility set up firing off in the midst of losing my shit line for bulls, meaning once you're really under that, you just really start breaking down. Shown here, shown here. So really anything can happen. For the Academy, I'm not going to pre-position. I'm not going to play this. If the daily today does not reclaim that 109K region, perhaps over the weekend, we'll watch for a scenario like this, and then we'll move down. And if you get back above 109,300, I'll be watching for that bearish retest short. There, we can just simply use September 24th high as your stop, and we can play daily downtrend. So I'll go down to Bitcoin dominance. We'll check that out. We'll go to the monthly, closing in 4 days, very important. And so it seems to me like our monthly Bitcoin dominance scenario is playing out. Now, it's been slow. Yeah, it's been very slow. It's like paint dry. watching paint dry. But still, this is why it's worth watching the weekly, the monthly, and the daily. Because the monthly is telling you, yeah, I mean, you lost the 21. Logically, you should have went to the 34. If you don't, then okay, yeah, perhaps bulls are stepping up here. You're going to hold above the 21, giving you confluence of a move up to the 9, possibly in October. That move to the 9 should be your extremity high. An area this entire bull market that's been holding, in theory, should be very strong resistance if it's going to be at all. You just don't know until we know. Only way to know that is if you go up to it. Either reject or reclaim. You reclaim this monthly 9, Bitcoin dominance will start looking like it's bottomed. Now, the monthly, right, when we're looking at this and all of this month, it's been a little more trickier because it could bounce, it could dump, and you're also holding support. So then that's why I was recommending, what I'm doing is looking at the weekly, using the EMA 100 in confluence with meme line support. Had this weekly, right, lost the EMA 100 into this week, we needed to see 57.4% get lost. That didn't happen. You got to reclaim. This reclaim changed everything for me and saying, yeah, perhaps this low is going to hold, and you're actually going to start moving up to that region into that 60%. So far, you have a nice green dildo to the 9. In my opinion, most likely going to move down. But as long as you consolidate above that EMA 100, it's just going to give bulls another shot, putting in bullish structure, and perhaps going all the way up and putting in that monthly bearish retest. Because remember, the trade's on the monthly, not the daily, not the weekly, not the 4-hour. It's on the monthly. So therefore, we can use the lower time frames to gauge upside. But once you get up to that 60% region, all eyes on your monthly chart, because this is what's going to be important. It was very important here when we talked about that, either reclaim or rejection of the EMA 100. So it's the same idea. Now, you could easily come up, reject, come down, hold support. What would that mean? Well, possibly in October, you'll get another shot at hitting the monthly 9. All while bears just want to retest, done, and a lower low. So that's my idea on Bitcoin dominance. It's still playing out. And even the quarterly here is saying, yeah, I mean, more of a bounce some than not. 57.4% is big, big support. Can also be big resistance. But you didn't dump down. Yeah, no, absolutely. But you still wicked. These wicks are important. So watch very carefully. It's always nice when you get a quarterly close. So it's just more data. It's awesome. More data is our friend. All right, let's look here real fast at Bitcoin dominant, or no, ETH versus Bitcoin. And so some things are shifting here. You need to hold 366. That doesn't change. Needs to hold. We've been talking about this spot being the spot. The issue is you're starting to get really close to these lows that we talked about that you don't want to really take out. So in this perspective, you very easily, it's going to really, firstly, it's going to depend on where this weekly closes. Holding the weekly 9 will just give you a move up to the 100. You'll fill this, you'll just get that, you'll fulfill the bear prophecy and get the bearish retest. If you lose on the weekly, this 9, ooh, not good. And it's not good because 366 was the last spot we all were watching deviate before we bigly went down on ETH. Bigly, all year. All year, we've just been going down. So are we allowed to be bullish on ETH? Cautiously, yes. But as soon as you lose this weekly 9, it's over. It's over for bulls. And let's see if ETH's chart's going to say anything. Yeah, you're just going to be right back in this range. That took you all the way down to here. Not very good, but still, hey, you have that scenario we talked about. So going back to the Bitcoin dominance easily can move up more. Has implications for ETH BTC moving down more. If you lose the weekly 9, this will give me confidence that into October, you most likely do get that bearish retest on the monthly for Bitcoin dominance, and perhaps ETH BTC is topped. When was the last time you had a monthly deviation here? Ask the bulls, they know. They remember. 51%. Straight to business. 1, 2, 3, 4 months. Boom. So it's going to be very important not to lose that. And even so, if you lose it, okay, cool, you'll probably go to the monthly 9. That's the spot you should hold. But that still means that from current market price, you'll get 11% move down. And so, oh, okay. Maybe we'll look at ETH later, but okay. It's nothing crazy yet. So that's my Bitcoin dominance idea. Watch weekly 9 on Bitcoin dominance. Use that to gauge and move up to the monthly 9. It's just been saying this all month. And I will keep saying it until we reach it. Now, I don't know what happened to my tether dominance chart. I guess it got deleted. No worries. Never fear. Trading views here. All right, there's a lot going on here. Let's just clean this up a bit. Nice. Okay, let's go to the daily. Actually, let's go to the 5-day. Now, when we were getting this close, and it was the day of when it was closing, it was very crucial for us to get under that 21. Getting under the 21 would mean that you could have another shot at going to 4.4%, where that needs to deviate. Now we can see the reaction so far of what has occurred. 4.4% is a big zone. On the 5-day, getting back above that has just led 2 moves up. So we're starting to see that move up. Now you are at my region at 4.79%. Let's go to the weekly. The weekly tells me that, yeah, you're at resistance. And even more so, if you get a weekly close like this, most likely you're going to, at very minimum, test the 34, which was massive resistance, which then at least can tell you that, yeah, probably you will get some kind of mean reversion bounce on Bitcoin sometime. Could happen within, on the next weekly candle even. The only way I'll become super bullish on tether dominance, and perhaps then 109K will just flat out reject like it is if tether dominance gets back above 4.8% on a weekly. If it gets back above 4.8% on a weekly, I'm looking at that as a major shift. And the last occurrence of getting back above 4.8% led to a major busting action move, 10%, one weekly, right up to the EMA 100. Daily is in an uptrend now. And actually, let's see real quick. And we did talk about this. It looked like an inverse head and shoulders to me. So, it was all there. It was just more 114,000 needed to not reject, and it did. This changes things for me. Bitcoin is ultimately extremely bearish now, and it can quickly flip into a bear market as soon as that monthly 9 is lost. Be very aware of that. Volatility is primed and it's hot. And even more so on the 3-day, you're starting to see this BBWP setup fire off. You're also starting to see this 3-day EMA 100 get reclaimed. That's big. It's major. You've seen major rejections down off of that. So then logically we can say, yeah, 4.8% is the spot. You start closing weeklies above 4.8%, nothing's going to be stopping tether dominance from reaching 5%, just in my opinion. And visually you can see you lost the zone in April. You've stayed under it this entire time. If you get back above that, that's a shift. One could even say monthly inverse head and shoulders. 4.8%, more confluence of that being a big zone. Monthly EMA 9 sitting right there. You get weeklies above 4.8, could bleed into a monthly getting above 4.8, which will mean you're back above the monthly 9. Next target's right in that 21 at 5.03%. Now I'll say this, the daily's at the SMA 200 though. So in this perspective, you're either going to consolidate and hold 4.69% for the culture. I know it seems like we're talking about a lot of numbers, but we're not. It's 4.69% support potentially, leading to 4.8%. Get back above that, you get your Glock 3000 move. So it's very easy. Two scenarios here. You either flat out reject hard off the SMA 200, unlikely considering we have volatility firing off, bulls are in control, and the weekly is in a fresh uptrend. Second scenario is, yeah, you do just start consolidating. This consolidation forms a bull flag before you break out. Getting any dailies even above 4.8% will be a daily SMA 200 reclaim. Use that as your spot to hold for upside continuation, right? Just use that as your spot for upside continuation. So that also could happen. Only way you can really talk about more moves down, maybe even testing the daily 9, getting a daily higher low, is if you close under 4.69% for the culture. If not, a bull flag definitely could be more likely here than not. You already have the flagpole. All you need is the flag, i.e. just consolidation. Could happen 1, 2, 3 days over the weekend, and then you break out. But then again, volatility is like, yeah, I don't know about that. It's pretty hot. So watch very carefully. If you're bullish on Bitcoin, don't really see the argument now. You would have already known that just based on the daily EMA 100. We get a $112,000 mean reversion bounce. Could happen in October, could happen over the weekend. We won't know. We'll just know only on daily closures. If you reclaim 109K, very likely you'll get that. If you don't reclaim 109K, very likely you aggressively dump, causing this EMA 100 to move more down. Now, for me, I'm gauging the next level. For me, as the SMA 200, that is the next level. And the only way you're really allowed to be bearish on Bitcoin again is my same criteria, which is get back above $112,000. For now, we're going to be using September 24th high. That's the last major lower high. Any move into here can be a lower high and should be looked at as such. That should be an opportunity. Going into October, we actually could start seeing major moves down if we actually get a breakdown. We actually lose the 109K region. And most importantly, you actually start seeing the higher time frame volatility fire off. It's all still brewing. It's all still there. Just be very aware, though. This is very bearish. And even more so, this quarterly looks terrible. So if you're ever trying to be bullish on Bitcoin and, scale in little Jeremy's college fund, just look at this and say, yeah, probably not. Let me go take a cold shower. And that's it. That's all I have. It's really not looking too bullish anymore.
Not very bullish. And you did say if you want to get bearish, you got to get above 112. So just want to say, obviously, to everyone listening, that was bullish.
If you yeah, my bad. Yeah, bullish. Yeah. If you want to be bullish, yeah, you have to get back.
It's obvious, but I'm just gonna say it because you never know how.
No, absolutely.
Some people need some help.
Yep, and people are also gonna forget that slight little comment of might want to start taking some profit around $114,000. Might not be the worst idea.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna remember that.
I quoted you on that. You did say it. I remember that. So
No, that part doesn't count. That part doesn't matter.
No.
You said 116. I don't care that you said take profit at 114.
What do you mean? It went to 113,950.
Hey, on some exchanges it went to 114. I claim that as a win. So on the daily, we have gotten a fresh silver cross to the downside now. We have lost the 100 EMA on a closing basis, and we are currently rejecting the 78.6%, and it's kind of looking like a pretty heavy trend to the downside right now, with momentum making continuous lower lows as prices making lower lows, making no possibility for a daily bullish divergence. And you're getting volatility still heavily expanding with price dumping to the downside. Let's go to the 4 hour. 4 hour is now starting to flip back up on momentum, but price isn't really doing much. You're getting volatility contracting, telling you're likely going to make a lower high, and you're getting a bearish jewel cross. Or actually, no, it was, when you zoom down, it kind of looked like they were crossing, but it's just maintain. It's not well. It's rejecting from making a bullish cross and going back into the bearish formation in the within the bearish control zone, which comes along with this continuation to the downside. We saw a little bit of a move up to retest this 5 EMA. Couldn't really even get back above the 5. And as long as you are closing below the 5, you should continue to see continuation to the downside. The next level I have right now is this meme line right around this $108,000 zone. And this should give you somewhat of a reaction. Not likely going to be the reversal you're looking for, but likely will give you a reaction, a little bit of a bounce off of that. If you look at the last time momentum started flipping back up on the 4 hour in the zone, in the bearish control zone, it was right around here. And what did we do here? We ended up slightly sweeping these highs and just dump more from there. So if that were to happen, we would see a move to sweep this high here, maybe around this 38.2%, around like 110,500. Don't really see us getting much higher than there, and that would just be a retest of this bounce zone here where we put in this somewhat bottoming hammer candle on the 4 hour, putting in some hopium only to just massively dump from there. And that would be around that 110.5 zone, which is the bottom 38.2%. A little lower. 2 hours now freshly flipping to the downside with volatility now expanding, and 2 hours putting in, I believe it is, 2 hours putting in hidden bearish divergence with momentum getting above all of these zones here while price is making a lower high. And that will be confirmed with any close below about 108,764. And we are freshly losing this 38.2% as well. If we lose this wick low, confirming the bearish divergence, we would also lose this 50%. And then we'd likely get a free move down to somewhere around this meme line at around 108, a little bit lower at around 107.7. For 2 hours is giving you a buy signal on the jewel, but you are starting to lose the curvature. I hate when it does that. You're starting to lose the curvature slightly, and likely will flip into a neutral on this next open. Now go up a little bit. 2-day lost to 55 EMA with momentum in the bearish control zone. No possibility for bullish divergence. Let's zoom in a little bit here. What is this? So it did take out this low with prices. What is the price of this low? So nope, no, because we haven't taken out this low yet, there is no possibility for hidden bullish divergence yet. If we do take out this low and price is still closing over 108,758, then there will be some possibility for hidden bullish divergence, but it just seems like a stretch. Doesn't seem like it's something you should be counting on. And 2 days now giving you the first signs of the sell signal on the jewel, which is not confirmed yet, but very likely will confirm just looking at these candles. On the 5-day, let's see. Okay. 5-day is freshly flipped back into the bearish control zone, tried to flip up, give you a nice little rejection and move back down into the bearish control zone. We are making lower lows on momentum and lower lows on price, so there's no possibility for hidden bullish divergence. Volatility is expanding, and you're still getting that bearish cross in the bullish control zone, which is continuing to play out. And let's go back to that daily setup for a second. because we did have a setup playing out that we mentioned a couple of live streams ago, where whenever you get a daily silver cross to the downside, you do get a little bit of a bounce beforehand, but you ultimately get a test of that 200 SMA. So we got a little bit of a bounce beforehand. We didn't take out this last major high, and now we're getting another silver cross, and it basically it gives you overwhelming probabilities at this point that you're going to come down and test this 200 SMA. And that is also lining up with this 95% at around $104,000. So if you do see a bounce from here, I would be looking at that as a gift to short somewhere around this 5 EMA to make this 100, around 111,000 to 111,000 like $700. If you It seems a little unlikely that you'll get it right now, but if you do, this would be a prime opportunity to short, and your stop loss would be this wick high at around 113.9. Maybe you want to be a little safe and put it at $114,000, and that will give you a free move to basically this 100 or this 200. And that is like 6.66% in your favor. That's a nice number. Maybe you move a little bit more down for 6.69. Whatever your pleasures are. Now we'll go to the weekly. And for this, we will switch to the index. Index is freshly losing the 38.2% after getting a nice little shooting star candle here. We are losing the weekly 21 now. This is losing the weekly 21 would give us the move that we got over here, where we came back to retest the weekly 21, and then we got a dump to the 55. And the 55 right now sits at roughly $100,000. Actually, a little bit below $100,000. It's sitting at about $96,000. And if we're losing this weekly 21, will very, very likely give you a move to that 55. It all matters on how long it's going to take and where that 55 is at that time. Because with every single weekly close, the 55 is steadily making its way higher and higher. So it is possible it can be around that $104,000 area before it gets tested. And that's what the bulls would like to see, because it's going to be worrying if you start to take out this $98,000 low. It would be a lot more picturesque and pretty of a picture if this 55 rose to around $100,000, 104, came down to test that 200 on the daily, and the 55 at that point was a higher low, then that would be very nice. Although I don't think Bitcoin's going to make it that easy. Momentum on the weekly is still pointed to the downside, very close to making it into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding. And weekly is giving you a fresh sell signal on the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow. And if we were to just throw this on for a second, let's see. I don't have it on here. I have to add it. Zoom in. Fucking moons never fail. Look at this. All you literally had to do was just blindly trade the moon. And since the bear moon, we are now down about 6%, and we are getting a bull moon, I believe, on the 7th of October. So we still have about 4 days plus 7, 11 more days of downside before that bull moon appears. Just some food for thought. 11 days is quite a lot on something as volatile as Bitcoin. We could easily come down to $104,000 by then. We could come down to $96,000 by then. Okay. 2 week was trying to flip back to the upside, but mentioned that it did not close yet, so it didn't confirm getting back above the moving average, and it is once again below the moving average now. With volatility, I believe, still contracting. Yeah, no, it's actually freshly expanding now. Interesting. It got back above the moving average on this dump. That is not good to see. I guess that Jewel told you whenever you was flashing that sell signal on the on this open about 12 days ago, when price was going upwards at around $117,000, and we still had a sell signal. That was what gave you that warning signal. And now we are below the 2 week 9 EMA. We close in about 2 days. If close below that 9 EMA, we're going to get a minimum move down to this 21. And right now, this 21 is sitting at that $100,000 zone, which most likely is going to bring us down to about $96,000, $97,000, because that is that bottom 38.2%, right around $96,000 or $97,000. And this would be the first time we are losing this 2 week 9 EMA since, well, this entire bull market. since around, well, not the entire bull market, but this entire rally to a new all-time highs from around $74,000. The last time we lost a 2-week 9 EMA was that move down to around $74,000 at around the 61.8% and well below the 21 EMA. If we were to go to the 61.8% now, that would bring us to about $81,000, around $82,000. But if you were to note what happened last time is that the 61.8% did move. It was sitting whenever we initially lost the 9 EMA, the 61.8% was actually it moved down. Interesting. It was over here, it was at around 82, and then it eventually moved to around like 78. So it moved down by $4,000. That's even more of a worrying sign because that would bring it down to like what 78,000 dollars. Let's forget we saw that. Monthly is now also looking extremely toppy. This is well, actually, since we are getting it after a red candle, not as toppy. Some slight hopium there is just extremely worrying to see that. Momentum is still pointing to the upside in the monthly. That's interesting to see. I thought would have pulled back like the 2-week, but it's still pointing up. We've got for about 4 days and 9 hours left to go, and monthly is still putting in hidden bullish divergence by flipping to the upside after breaking all of these previous lows. Volatility, however, is contracting, which is some hopium for the bears on that momentum being to the upside, not actually doing anything. And the jewel is still giving you 2 periods of a buy signal, and I don't think it has not lost the curvature, so it still points it upwards. Quarterly is looking extremely bearish, so this is quite the top candle on the quarterly. Quite the shooting star with momentum pointing to the downside. There's some possibility for hidden bullish divergence, but not looking like it's going to confirm. You would need to see a strong close over about 124,277 to confirm that, and that will give you a target on confirmation of the median, which right now, oops, I clicked something. Median is at around $164,000, but it likely will move, and it kind of does seem like we're not gonna. Well, we got 4 days left to go to pump price around $16,000, so it seems a little unlikely. And volatility is now expanding with that move, with momentum to the downside. So if we do close like this, minimum we're going to get a move down to the 5 EMA. Why does it keep opening up dictionary? Minimum we're going to get a move down to the 5 EMA, which right now sits at around $92,500. This is going to rise. I'm not sure how much is going to rise. Maybe it'll rise up to 96. It'll line up with all of the other targets, lining up with 96. That's just a guess on where it's going to rise to. Now we'll go into the RSI. Taylor dominance still has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the daily RSI, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing over about 4.45%, and you have that silver cross to the upside. And man, did that silver cross ever play out! Was looking for a retest of the 9. We didn't even get it. What ended up happening was on the scenario where we held that daily 100, that we were going to get the 9 pulled into price action, and that's what's playing out right now. And we're getting volatility expanding with that hidden bullish divergence, getting a little high, not quite topped out yet. Maybe we could see one more move before this volatility starts contracting. 4 hour also has hidden bullish divergence. Again, it'd be active as long as you're closing over about 4.67%. Are you in the next zone is the critical zone, which you're already at right now, 4.71%. Let's go a little bit lower. 2 hours now forming some hidden bullish divergence. It will confirm with any close over about 4.73%, and that'll give you an easy target of the simple moving average, which right now is at about 4.8%, 4.86, and the critical zone is at 5%. We're getting some volatility contraction now with that hidden bullish divergence confirming. So likely you will get that divergence is not going to play out until this volatility starts contracting, or if it does confirm before this volatility is fully contracted, I wouldn't really expect that much of a move up. But 5% is not really that much up. It's only 0.3%. Today, anything here? Nope. 2 days also giving you volatility expansion. We'll get to that in momentum. 2 days very close to giving you a silver cross. 3-day volatility expansion, no divergence though. 5-day volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0% alongside regular bullish divergence. And this divergence will be active as long as you're closing over about 4.2%, nice number of 420. And you're currently at the easy target, which is the bullish control zone, and that's at around 4.73%. Next zone, considering this level of volatility, is going to be the critical zone, which right now is at about 6.56%. Weekly is now invalidating the hidden bearish divergence, and this will invalidate with any close over 4.36%. And that'll give you an easy target of hitting the neutral zone with volatility at extreme lows. And the neutral zone right now is at about 5.1%, lines up with that short-term 5% target. And the next zone is the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 6%. 2-week also invalidating the hidden bearish divergence. This will invalidate with an E close over 4.61%. That'll give you an easy target of that neutral zone and simple moving average right around 5.4 to 5.67. Monthly is also invalidating the hidden bearish divergence. Oof. And this will invalidate with an E close over 4.6%. And that'll give you an easy target of hitting the neutral zone, which right now is at around 5.02%. A lot of numbers lining up with 5%. And then the bullish control zone is right now at 7%. Although you are seeing volatility once again start contracting with that hidden bearish divergence contracting. I mean invalidating, which is some slight hopium. Not the most hopium, but some slight hopium. Now we'll go to Bitcoin. Let's start with the low time frame, so we're bluffing. Daily, no possibility for bullish divergence because we are just making lower lows on the RSI. 4 hour, I believe, is making lower lows. Yep, 4 hours also making lower lows. No possibility for bullish divergence there. Two hour, we're making lower highs, higher highs on momentum, and lower highs on price. 2 hours now forming possible bearish divergence on the RSI, also as the HPDR momentum. And that will confirm with any close below 108,764. That'll give us an easy target of the simple moving average at 106,190. And then the critical zone right now sits at around 103,120. Very close to 104. Hourly now has fresh hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 109,741, 742. And your next target is the bearish control zone, which right now is at 108.8. And then the critical zone sits at 105.9. Two-day has hidden bearish divergence, still active. This will be active as long as you're closing below 113.9, and your next target is the critical bearish control zone. That level is 102.9. And volatility is now freshly expanding with that hidden bearish divergence. Nothing there. 5 days still has multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 117,885. Next, you're already hitting the easy target, which is the bearish control zone, and the next target is the critical zone. This will update, but right now it's sitting at 72,600. Updates in 1 day and 9 hours. Weekly is now putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 114,292. Quite high up now, $5,000 in about 2 days and 9 hours to avoid that. And this will give you an easy target of hitting the neutral zone, which is right now at 100,910. But volatility is sitting at extreme lows now with that bearish divergence forming. So it would be wise to be looking at that bearish control zone. And right now that level is sitting at $80,400. It updates in 2 days. So let's see where it goes to by the time we hit it, but it's looking kind of grim. Two week also has multiple drives of bearish divergence. Will be active as long as you're closing below 116,645. Was kind of looking at them for a little bit like we were going to invalidate that by getting over this high, but we got a nasty little rejection from that meme line. Got a almost perfect projection of that mean line. And now that will give you a first target of hitting somewhere around this simple moving average, which right now is at about 100,900, so like 101,000. Bullish control zone is at around 103. This is the area where you're likely going to get that first initial bounce, tapping that daily 200, and then we're likely going to get a bounce at that psychological 100,000 figure. Let's go to monthly. Let's go to index for this. And monthly still has hidden bullish divergence on this low here after we tick out this low on the momentum, with price making a higher low. That will invalidate with a close below 107,412. And if that doesn't invalidate, I'll give you an easy target of hitting the monthly 9 at right around 102,000 to like $100,000. Kind of is seeming like that's what's going to happen at this moment. Now we'll go into momentum. Tether is still pointed to the downside in the quarterly with volatility expansion. We will close in about 4 days and 9 hours, and it will remain down as long as you're closing below 5.78%. So what we're going to have to see to give us more of a long-term bias is what happens on this next quarterly open. If volatility still stays expanding and this momentum still stays down with the pivot significantly above price action, I'm going to remain more long-term bullish on Bitcoin. I think we're going to be hitting new all-time highs this cycle. If this volatility either contracts and momentum stays up, or worse, if momentum pivot goes up significantly, I'm going to start shifting over that long-term opinion of hitting new all-time highs, and I'm going to start shifting into the opinion that the top is in. I'm going to heavily influence whatever this does on this next quarterly open. Monthly is currently flipped to the downside, freshly on Tether, and it's rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Monthly is putting in hidden bearish divergence, and it will remain down as long as you're closing below 5.14%. So monthly RSI is invalidating the bearish divergence, but stochastic is not. 2-week is currently flipped to the downside as well, but it will flip up in 2 days to 9 hours if we close over 4.55%, which we are over currently. And volatility is now sitting at extreme lows where we're about to flip up. So the whole PM is every time this setup is played out before, we have gotten lower highs. But now we are kind of putting in an inverse head and shoulders right here.
That's not kinda, that's legit.
Yeah. Weekly flip to the upside with a double derp of life, volatility at extreme lows, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 4.21%. Like extreme lows on volatility, almost at 0%. 5-day now expanding from 2 periods of 0%, double derp of life on the 5-day as well, and you're pointed up as long as you're closing over 4.29%, and now you're within the bullish control zone. 2-day also flipped up, volatility expansion from 0%, entering into the bullish control zone, and you're going to be pointed up over 4.32%. Daily also pointed up with volatility expansion and a derp of life, and you're going to be pointed up over 4.45%. Zoom in, and daily have that silver cross also. And even the 4 hours freshly pointed to the upside with volatility very close to going into a contraction phase, but it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over about 4.68%. And we'll go back up and go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is freshly pointed up on the monthly with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to remain pointed up with hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over 102,450. And just like Tether, we got to see where these pivots go to and what happens with volatility on this next monthly open. Because if this pivot does go up significantly, that's going to be very bad for bulls, and it's going to bring my bias more to downside over the next 1 to 3 months, heavily dependent on what happens with this pivot on this next monthly open. 2-week currently pointed to the downside still with volatility at extreme lows, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're closing below 119,100, and 2-week has bearish divergence still, which has not been invalidated yet. And if we get that 2-week close below the 9 EMA, that's where we're likely going to start to see this volatility expand. And volatility expanding on the 2-week minimum move down to this 21 at around 100K, 101, 100K. Weekly also pointed to the downside, 2 periods of 0% volatility. 5-day, many periods of 0% volatility, just starting to expand now with momentum to the downside. And we're going to be pointed down as long as we're closing below $114,000. With these volatility setups, I see it kind of difficult to see, for it to bounce above 100K. That whole time we were looking at those volatility setups, and looks like they're playing to the downside. We wasted all that time taking those measurements up. 2-day flipping down, rejecting the critical zone with the derp of death. Volatility expanding with momentum down, and it's going to be pointed down below about $116,700. And 2 days giving this volatility expansion now. Let's see where we're getting the expansion from. Above 15%. We broke above 15%, I think here. And we'll take it from the close. We're currently down about 6%. Let's take it to the 10% figure. Brings us right around $104,000. Very interesting, very cool. About 10% is the average move. Lines up with my bias. Five-day, getting that expansion, pointed down below 114. Let's go to the 2-day. 2-day daily. Daily also giving a volatility setup, expanding above 15% with the derp of death, and you're pointed down as long as you're closing below 114,900. Let's see how much we've gone down since expansion, above 15%. So from here, we've gone down about 4%. How much is that? 200? Roughly about 8%. Let's see how much we went down on the last setup. About 6%. Let's take, this is a good one. About 10%. Take one more. 18%. And go down a little bit, 4 hour. Actually, we'll get into the weeds of this one. 12 hours pointed down, volatility getting a little high. Kind of should be looking for somewhat of a mean reversion soon, not necessarily now. More likely whenever this does flip up. 8 hour also flipped to the downside. We're about to get a closure in 42 minutes, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 111,250. 4 hour also pointed down. Volatility is very extreme though, and somewhat soon you are going to see mean reversion bounce with momentum about to flip up, but you are going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 109,700. 2 hour now is playing out that mean reversion with momentum pointing to the upside. Volatility is now contracting from several periods of 100%, and you're going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 109,210, which you are barely over right now. Hourly is freshly flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone with volatility now expanding. If you are going to be bearish, likely do see a rejection somewhere here, or right at this hourly 9 EMA. And you're going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 109,160. So we need to see this reject on this hourly candle if we're going to remain bearish for another move down. And 30 minutes even freshly flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone. And we're going to be pointed down as long as we're closing below $109,500. Go back to the hourly. Invalidation for this continuation down right now on the hourly is going to be basically closing over this 21 EMA. Or you could also use, you wouldn't have to wait for the close over this wick high, actually, about around 109,850. I would also use the 21, although it's not much of a difference. It's only like $150. And that'll likely give you a move a little bit higher to tap somewhere around that 111 zone, 110 to 111. 110 to 111.5, let's say. And I believe that is the daily 5, yeah, and 100. Okay, Now, to switch it back up, on the higher time frames, it's starting to shift more from the bullish side to me. For me now, shifting more bearish. The monthly is looking quite scary, but it's not as scary as the quarterly right now, which is putting in a very scary shooting star candle after quite a girthy green dildo. And usually, whenever you get those, at a minimum, you get to move down to your 5 EMA, which right now is sitting at around $100,000 cycle, actually below $100,000 psychological number at around $97,000. What Hope EMA is riding on right now is on this next month quarterly open, the 5 and the 9 EMA rise. And that gives you a possibility for correcting down to retest those levels without making a lower low from the last major low. Because if you can do that, then it would be still a clean uptrend and very easy to look for new higher all-time highs after that. If it doesn't happen, then it becomes a lot more fucky, and it becomes a lot more. I'd be a lot more cautious of after we take out that low, if we're going to bounce or not, and go to all-time highs. It wouldn't necessarily confirm for me taking out those lows that were in a bear market. That would be a loss of the monthly 90 EMA, and we likely will bounce very hard from the 90 EMA when we test it because we've been away from it for a while, and that bounce could be the reversal. I wouldn't bet on it. I would be looking for that as just another lower high in a series of lower highs before lower lows. But I would also not be looking for shorts in that area. Would be planning to de-risk all shorts in that 9 EMA, and then possibly take some small longs in that zone, and then de-risk those longs at the monthly 5, the quarterly 5 EMA. But right now on the short terms, momentum is still pointing to the downside. So there is still a possibility that we could make a lower low from here. And the area I'd be looking for is somewhere around that daily 200 SMA, which is around $103,000 to $104,000. But it is also very close to flipping momentum back up on the low time frames. And if that does happen, which would be a close over the month hourly 21 EMA. That would give us a move slightly higher from here to retest that daily 100, which we have freshly closed below. That'd be around like $111,000 to $111,500. High probability you will reject in that area though. And if we do test that zone, that's going to be a very opportune zone to take some shorts with that previous wick high as your stop loss. And then from there, targeting that 200 SMA. And you likely will see a bounce around like 103 to 100K, but that's not going to be the bounce I'm looking for. And I think eventually you're going to come down to the monthly 5, which is right now, or quarterly 5, which is right now about like $96,000. Ideally, it rises on this next quarterly open, and then it can be somewhere around 100, and then or at like 99, 98, and then we'll still be able to put in a higher low, and then we can continue upwards. Right now, that's going to come down to the next quarterly open, and we have to see those numbers then.
Perfecto. Thank you very much, senor. We have Amazon and XRP
the invalidation is also getting a tick below for the short-term bullishness, tick below 98,330 or weekly close below 105. And those would signal watching to look for a monthly close below the 9.
Nice. Thank you, senor. XRP and Amazon, I'm guessing you guys already know what you're going to do.
I'll do XRP.
Ali Bezos.
Nice. Estoy algo encabronado y decepcionado conmigo mismo por no haber cachado esta gran oportunidad. Cada que llegamos a la parte alta de este canal, aparte de esto, lo que parece ser un SFP, rechazamos. Y cuando venimos a retestearlo acá, no entré en el corto que debía haber entrado para acá. Eso es lo primero que les quiero enseñar. Lo segundo que les quiero enseñar es lo significante de esta línea, ¿ok? De la línea meme. Estamos hablando de julio del 2024. Ha pasado más de 1 año y medio. La hemos tocado 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 y esta vez sería la 6ª. Si vienes a tocar esta línea meme, esperaría yo un rebote justamente por acá en los 103, 104. Probablemente encuentres un rebote, pero atentos. El rebote no creo que vaya a ser potente y vamos para abajo. Bitcoin en lo que está haciendo ahorita me recuerda muchísimo a cuando en el 2021 viene diciembre. Entre diciembre y enero el precio cayó a 53, 51, 49, 51 y se mantuvo ahí. Todo el mundo, güey, va a volver a subir. Y volvió a subir como a 56. Bajó a 46, 43, 41 y se quedaba por esa marca y subía a 43 y volvía a subir tal vez a 45 y volvía a bajar. Y de ahí no pudo subir más y luego tuvimos todas las cosas malas. Ahora, que fueron cisnes negros, entre comillas, ¿no? Luna y todas esas pendejadas. Para que este mercado se vaya a la verga, en total, y esto es algo importante que tenemos que entender todos, tienen que darnos una excusa, ¿ok? ¿Y a qué me refiero con ello? Güey, están quebrando bancos, están quebrando. Si escuchas algo de esa magnitud que tiene que ver literalmente con el sistema financiero, no que China esté quebrando, no, que Estados Unidos diga, acaba de quebrar, por ejemplo, ahorita una agencia de coches que financia coches, porque estaban haciendo literalmente lo que hicieron las empresas de hipotecas y los bancos en el 2008. Acaba de quebrar eso. Una buena indicación. Pero en cripto tiene que quebrar algo criptero, ¿ok? Para empezar a ponernos esos objetivos. Por ahora, definitivamente estamos entrando en lo que parece ser una tendencia bajista local. Vamos a ver dónde acaba. Tiene grandes posibilidades esto de venir a visitar estos mínimos de 78, de 74. Y yo les he dicho, cuando Bitcoin consolida para arriba, siguiente movimiento es para abajo. Y lo que yo personalmente estoy esperando, este soy yo, el tío Salo, así que no me hagan caso, ya saben, todo háganlo al contrario de lo que yo hago. Espero que no hayan comprado Lucid y todo eso también. Acá, si Bitcoin va a ser más alcista, lo que va a pasar es, va a caer acá, ¿no? Digamos que hace esto, y acá se va a quedar tantito diciéndole a la gente, no, este ya es el fondo, hicimos un bajo más alto que este. Y esto lo tendría que romper para abajo y acá rebotar para ir a altos históricos. ¿Ok? Si Bitcoin, en vez de hacer todo ese pedo, viene, hace esto y esto, va a rechazar otra vez. Y ahí sí se va a ir a la mierda. Con fuerza, con ansia, se gana en Francia. ¿Por qué tendría que hacer todo ese show? No tiene que hacerlo, pero la corrección de Bitcoin está aquí. No hay duda alguna. Estamos esperando rebotes fuertes hasta los 117, 121. No nos lo dio. Esto nos empieza a indicar falta de fuerza. Otra vez, tal cual como en diciembre me pasó, les dije a todos ustedes en diciembre, este es el tope de... ¿cuál era? Espérame. Ah, este fue el tope de Bitcoin, el de acá en los 110. Y pito, no, fueron 111,900. Yo acá les dije, creo que este es el tope de Bitcoin en los 123 y Nel hizo 124, casi 125. ¿Ok? Idéntico, idéntico, idéntico. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo por acá? Esto. Una clara, alto, bajo, alto. Y ahora, si te viene a hacer el bajo acá, que es lo que está, y quiero que lo entiendan una vez más, Bitcoin no juega. Si sabes análisis técnico, tienes que entender que Bitcoin quiere que sigas tu análisis técnico perfectamente para caer. Si de aquí rebotas instantáneamente, vas a encontrar rechazo aquí. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué? Porque tienes estos mínimos y este mínimo más alto. Eso para Bitcoin es bajista. Yo sé que todo el mundo dice que eso es alcista. Nel, es bajista. Llegaste a esta consolidación de acá, después de ese subidón, y tuviste con ¿cómo se dice? Consolidación de precio para abajo, que te dio altos históricos. Y de acá, varias gente me va a decir, pero acá podemos argumentar que es lo mismo. Esto nos llevó para acá arriba. Podríamos decir eso, correcto. Y además de eso, y es por lo que yo estaba esperando máximos históricos ahorita, otra vez, tal vez, era porque tenías este mínimo y luego este mínimo mucho más bajo. Y ahora lo que está pintando la idea es que aquí te está dando un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. ¿Ok? Hombro, cabeza, perdón, hombro, cabeza, cabeza, hombro. Esa es la idea. Y tendrías que romper literalmente esto para reventar a la alza. Y se puede. Si se llega a mantener esto y luego llegas a pasar de esta zona, podrás reventar a la alza. Pero tienes que reventar esto y llevarte este máximo en los $118,000. De no poder hacer eso, esto empieza a ser de esa consolidación que si lo ves más de lejos, una vez más, consolidamos para abajo, subimos, consolidamos para abajo, subimos. Ahora estamos consolidando para arriba o de lado, pero para arriba. Y eso para mí es bajamos. Y acá la pregunta va a ser, ¿no? Mercado bajista ya se acabó, bla, 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 ciclo de 4 años. Es muy temprano para decirlo. Todavía no nos han dado nada de energía ni de material para decir que sí, ya se acabó este pedo, etcétera. Todavía no existe eso. Entonces, solamente quiero que tengan eso presente. Vamos a empezar el análisis como se debe en esta chingadera. Déjame quito esto. También esta, no es como que no la podemos volver a pintar. Trimestral. Faltan solamente 4 días, si no me equivoco. Perdón, sigo pintando. Faltan 4 días y 9 horas para cerrar esta vela trimestral. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos? Una vela topera. ¿Qué pasó en la vela topera trimestral? Tuvimos el mercado bajista. Vela topera trimestral, mercado bajista. Es lo que seguiría. Si llegamos a tener esta vela topera y nos llevamos para abajo los $104,000 en 4 días y 9 horas, cerramos tal cual como estamos o más abajo. Esta es una vela topera. Y el próximo trimestre, si llegas a ir por debajo de los 104, el mínimo de esta vela, básicamente. ¿Cuál es el mínimo de esta vela? Denme un segundo y se los doy. Ah, qué chingón, no me lo pone. Pero a ojo de buen cubero, digamos $105,000. Un cierre por debajo en la siguiente trimestral, por debajo de esto, y de nuevo, esto lo hace rápido y hace esta gatada. Acá, en esta vela trimestral, donde fue el tope, te hizo la gatada esta. Y yo esperaría exactamente la misma gatada. Y este fue el rango que les dije, que caímos de los 69 hasta acá abajo en los 43 y al mes siguiente abrimos, el trimestre siguiente abrimos en los 45, que los 48, que güey, los 33, no mames, ya valió verga todo, pero no, nos recuperamos de nuevo, llegamos a los 45. Después esta vela abre justamente acá en los 45, va a los 47 y pito, esta vela completa se fue a los $17,000. De 47 a esto. Y el truco fue esto. Te dan la vela topera y te dicen, no va a haber continuación en la siguiente, porque tuviste que haber cerrado aquí abajo. Y en esta vela no te da tiempo de pensar porque una vez que lo da, ya te dio el putazo para abajo. Una vez más, esta vela viene de cisnes negros, llamémosle así. Entonces tienes que escuchar, y esto para que sepan, si estamos en uno de esos escenarios, es bastante fácil entender cuando lo estás. Cuando llegamos a lo de FTX, que dijeron, güey, FTX no tiene los depósitos y no sé qué, me metí corriendo al Discord cuando todavía le quería decir a la gente qué hacer con su vida para salvarles unos dólares pensando, güey, qué buen pedo eres, Alejandro, eres un pinche idiota, es lo que es, que se cree Superman, Alejandro. El tío Salo más bien, se cree Superman el pendejo y no lo es. Pero lo que sí fue bastante sencillo de identificar, fue decir, güey, esto se va a llevar a la mierda todo. Y la gente en Discord, todos me mandaron a la verga, que no es cierto. Y literalmente 3 días después, sopas, se llevó a todos por culo. Y es lo que les digo. No, digo, ya cuando empieza la caída ya estás abajo, pero para que sea una caída fuerte, fuerte y entender que vamos a romper los mínimos de acá de los 74, tendría que haber una noticia pesada. ¿Por qué? Porque además ahí está tu promedio del 9 mensual. Si llegas a perder tu promedio del 9, digo, trimestral, si lo llegas a perder, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser por acá en los $58,000. y vas a esperar con todas las ganas de Dios que esto aguante, porque si no, 48, que apenas fue tocado una vez por una de estas velas, se rompe y rompes 48, y yo creo que entre los 42 y los 24 va a ser tu siguiente zona. Esta va a ser mi zona banana. No la voy a pintar nunca más, la voy a dejar acá. Esto es lo que yo creo podría ser la zona de oportunidad. ¿Por qué? Porque nadie se lo está esperando. Todo el mundo ya dijo, ¿no? Hay gente, específicamente, les digo, siempre me estoy fijando en cómo la gente no aprende las cosas. Y el mismo güey al que yo seguía, que dijo en el 2024, en el 2021, va a continuar el rally, nos vamos para arriba, que eso también influenció en mi estupidez, que soy un gran pendejo por haberlo hecho. Y gente dentro de su canal decía, güey, no, esto ya quedó aquí. Y el güey, no, seguimos. Y ya que valió verga todo y estábamos como en 30 y tantos, dijo, no, sí, ya valió verga. Ese mismo güey ahorita está diciendo que el mercado va a continuar, que se acabaron los ciclos de 4 años, etcétera. Y una vez más, no tengo que fijarme tanto en technicalidades, me fijo en porque la gente nunca aprende nada, que es una mamada, pero es cierto. Así que atentos a este movimiento si se llega a dar. Vamos a ver rápido el HPDR para que lo tengan en mente, que si caemos, perdemos el promedio del 5 que está en los $91,000, nos vamos a ir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 73, 75. Ya nos pone muy cerca de esto. Ahora, de poder aguantar los 91 y de nuevo, si en los 91 encontramos ese rebote fuerte acá y vamos para arriba, no vas a hacer máximos históricos porque estás consolidando para arriba. Y a Bitcoin, cuando va a hacer máximos históricos, le gusta consolidar para abajo. Entonces, ese es mi punto de vista, obviamente. Entonces, por ahora, si no son los $92,000, van a ser los 140,000, ¿no? A la parte de arriba. Vamos a la mensual. La mensual también te está dando un poco de la misma receta secreta por acá, con una vela topera de a madre. La última vela topera que tuvimos acá tuvo una negación y después cayó perfectamente igualito que la que les dije en la trimestral pasada. Tienes tu vela topera acá que va hasta los $118,000 y está cerrando acá. De llegar a cerrar esto en 4 días y 9 horas tal cual, con volatilidad en el punto más bajo, y si ves expansión de volatilidad en el siguiente con bajada, eso significa, esto podría ser lo que nos marque el paso de todo lo que estamos viendo, ¿ok? Tienes el promedio del 5, estamos a punto de perderlo, está en los 109, no lo habíamos ni siquiera tocado desde la caída en abril, que fue y nos fuimos al promedio del 9, que fue lo que nos aguantó en la mensual. Por más que lo hayamos llevado para abajo, el cuerpo cerró por encima y nunca tuvimos un cierre por debajo del 9 mensual. Un cierre por debajo de $100,000, $101,000 mensuales, acá es básicamente la profecía de que vamos para abajo, más abajo de este mínimo. Y eso sería lo interesante, porque ahí no sabes si, por ejemplo, llegamos a ese bajo, el mercado está en miedo, todo el mundo está de, güey, ya valió verga esto, la chingada, pero no tengo una noticia de que, güey, reventó, no sé, MicroStrategy o reventó no sé qué, ahí voy a hacer un long para irme a máximos históricos. Si cuando esté ahí abajo escucho, güey, hay no sé qué que reventó en Coinbase, no vas a máximos históricos, vas al mercado bajista y ese fue el final del ciclo de 4 años. Lo mismo con la bolsa, por cierto. Ahorita, ¿por qué estoy tan seguro de que vamos a ver oportunidades? Porque todo el mundo me está vendiendo lo bien que le está yendo a la bolsa. Trump ya salió a decir que qué bonito está yéndole a la bolsa, no va a pasar nada, no va a haber recesión. Y lo mismo me está diciendo todo el mundo. Cuando todo el mundo se pone de un lado, recuerda, el mercado es más fácil de lo que te dicen. De todas estas estupideces que te estoy contando y enseñando y que ves y aprendes en las tablas, el mercado es más sencillo de todo. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué es lo que hace? Lo que hace es, jala todo el mundo de un lado y una vez que lo tienen en ese lado, que todo el mundo está de ese lado, se va para el otro. Punto. Así es como funciona. Por eso ahorita estamos viendo Tesla acá y ahora están subiendo estimados a 600. ¡Nel! Están viendo y todo el mundo está excitado. ¿Por qué? Por lo que nosotros vimos. Va a haber un tercer cuarto brutal cuando pongan el fin de los incentivos. Y adivinen qué está pasando. Y ahora ya todo el mundo está de, güey, esto. Y cuando ves los análisis te dicen, no, es que ya los robotaxis y la verga, esto. Ok, Tesla va a comer mierda otra vez. Nunca había estado tan seguro, ya viendo todas las noticias una tras otra de lo positivo y viendo la reacción de los pacos como les enseñó hoy en la mañana, estoy completamente seguro de ello. Esto querría decir que la corrección viene ya. Ahora, yo voy a decir que la corrección, ponte tú, a mínimo los 100, sí, muy grande posibilidad de los 85 también. Que se lleve esto, no sé. Pero lo que yo sí creo es que definitivamente estamos ya en el punto donde esto podría corregir. Porque ya tuviste, ¿se acuerdan que les había dicho hace unas semanas? El mercado empezó a subir como loco y les dije, esto me recuerda a cuando Trump fue elegido y que todo el mundo empezó a decir, no, la bolsa nunca más va a volver a bajar. Estoy ahí otra vez. Estoy ahí otra vez. Y la debilidad del precio en Bitcoin es lo que me lo está diciendo. Hicimos máximo histórico, lo voy a poner en la diaria rápido, el 14 de agosto, hace un mes y 15 días. Normalmente cuando haces estos máximos históricos son rápidos. De acá a acá fue el 14 de julio al 14 de agosto, un mes después. ¿Ok? ¿Y ahora qué te está haciendo esto? 14, vamos al 14. 14, casi un mes después te dio esto. Y ahora vas para abajo y se está doblando con un cruce plateado a la baja. ¿Ok? Eso quiere decir, retesteo el promedio del 9, 113,600. Y eso coincide con esta línea de tendencia bajista. El hecho de que todo el mundo está diciendo que Bitcoin va a continuar para arriba y que no hay forma de que falle. Y hay hasta gente que está diciendo que es alt season ahorita, que es una verdadera locura. El petazo que se dio Solana, perdón, un segundo, el petardazo que se dio Solana de acá a acá, 25% en solamente días. Pum, pum, pum. ¿Cuánto fue? ¿Una semana? Una semana. 25% para abajo. E instantáneamente estás perdiendo el promedio del 9. Si esto cierra tal cual, yo me imagino que la mensual también debe tener. La mensual de Solana, tío. Si he visto una vela topera, esta es la vela topera más potente. Y ahora, esto, yo esperaría que el próximo mes nos dé esto o esto y de ahí se vaya a la verga. ¿Por qué? Porque es lo que hace esto. No te quiere dar el trade instantáneo, rápido. Güey, cuando va bajando va a caer en putiza. Y ahora, lo que voy a estar poniendo atención en Bitcoin es lo siguiente. Si cuando estemos aquí abajo, sea en los 100 o en los 85, cualquiera de estas dos opciones, si estamos por acá o acá, y no hay una noticia certera de algo que pasó, que ocurrió, y me están diciendo, no, es que va a haber guerra con, no sé, vamos a atacar a Israel o vamos a atacar, nunca pasaría, pero vamos a atacar a Irán o un pedo así, compro. Si me cuentan, güey, ya va a ser la hora del rebote y viene para arriba, no. No. Espero. ¿Ok? Entonces, mensual, tienes la sesión de volatilidad más potente de toda la historia calentándose. Les había hecho en la trimestral, estamos al pendiente de esto. Porque si esto llega a bajar por debajo del promedio de volatilidad, esto va a ser lo primero que nos diga que efectivamente estamos cerca del fin. Entonces voy a ver eso ahí. Voy a ver la mensual con la volatilidad más baja de toda la historia en la tabla de Bitcoin mensual. Y esto nos va a dar un movimiento muy agresivo con una vela topera. Además de la vela topera, tenemos el HBDR para que lo puedan ver, donde tuvimos ya el pre-front run con, ¿cómo se llama? La media. Lo pueden ver acá, justamente cómo quedamos a nada de la media. Esto cuenta como un toque de la media. Te rechaza. Si pierdes los $109,000, que es el promedio 5 mensual, siguiente objetivo natural sería el promedio del 9 en los $100,000, una vez más, que es donde está el promedio del 5 trimestral. ¿Ok? No aguantas los 100,000, ahí están los 92 instantáneamente aquí abajo. Y normalmente cuando caemos, y una vez más, no ocurre luego, mínimo 50% en 87. Y lo más certero sería el 61.8% en 73. Eso te lleva a ser un bajo más bajo que este, pero de aguantar este 73 con el promedio del 34 por acá, y empezar a chopear para arriba, esto me diría, el ciclo no ha acabado y tenemos otro máximo histórico que hacer. Si llegamos a perder esto y empezamos a caer como les conté, ahí es donde diría, ok, qué pedo. 2 semanas también nos está pintando algo bastante sencillo de entender. Ceros de volatilidad potente, lo pueden ver por acá. Estamos justamente perdiendo el promedio del 9. Esto es muy importante en este gráfico, más que el HPDR. ¿Ok? Bueno, no, porque pierdes el promedio del 9 en 2 días y 9 horas. Tu siguiente objetivo son los 100,000 con el promedio del 21 y de no aguantar los 96 con la parte baja de la zona azul y de ahí los 91. ¿Ok? Entonces estamos repitiendo objetivos. Pueden entender por qué. Ahora, tuviste en la de 2 semanas, esta es una tabla de 2 semanas. Quiero que vean esto. Una vez que te trepaste al promedio del 9 de 2 semanas, subiste y no lo tocaste hasta acá. ¿Ok? Sigues por arriba y cerrando por arriba. Sigues por arriba. Una vez que llegaste a este máximo acá en los 73 y caíste, tuviste un cierre por debajo del promedio, por debajo del promedio del 9, caíste hasta los $50,000. ¿Ok? Y una vez que retomaste el promedio del 9, volviste a reventar hasta acá. Apenas lo tocaste, subiste, cerraste por debajo del promedio del 9, te llevó hasta abajo. Para mí, estoy siguiendo la de 2 semanas. Es la manera más fácil de hacerla. Si cerraste esta vela, y aquí esto es lo que a mí me dice, están engañando a todos. Te están intentando hacer pensar que esto fue un SFP. Cerraste por abajo el 9, que es la primera vez en toda esta tendencia alcista que no caíste instantáneamente. Esta es la vela de en medio que les enseñé en la mensual en el ciclo de Bitcoin pasado, o trimestral, no me acuerdo. Esta vela, cerrando por debajo del 9, va a ser la vela letal, te va a dar otra que te dé probablemente un movimiento a los 112,500 y de ahí llevarte a la verga. Aquí, para esta respuesta, faltan solamente 2 días y 9 horas. 2 días y 9 horas vas a saber. ¿Podemos cerrar por encima de $111,000 básicamente o no? Y esto es lo que va a dictar a dónde vamos siguiente. HPDR, tenemos la media en los 114, obviamente la perdemos, estamos cayendo del 9. El siguiente objetivo es el 21, en los $100,000. Y ahora, este podría ser tu máximo, tus 100,000 podrían ser tu siguiente mínimo, y de ahí ir a buscar un alto más bajo también otra vez y continuar la fiesta. Semanal tienes periodos de muchísima nula volatilidad, tienes estos dos marcados, pero tienes más por acá atrás. Esto también nos dice que va a haber un movimiento fuerte. En la semanal tienes una vela topera, tienes una vela que lo está siguiendo. Para mí la semanal nos va a dictar por adelantado todo. Y en la semanal llegas a perder el promedio del 21, que está en los 109, que también cierra en 2 días y 9 horas. Aquí vas a entender la de 2 semanas, la semanal, también vas a entender la trimestral, la mensual, vas a ver todo en 2 horas, en 2 días y 9 horas. Llegas a cerrar por debajo de esto, debajo de los 109, 168, siguiente objetivo 104. Pero tranquilo, así gozándola, 104. ¿Ok? 5 días. Vean todos los periodos de nula volatilidad en las 5 días y no tenemos expansión de volatilidad todavía, aunque está empezando a apuntar para arriba en lo que estamos cayendo acá. Eso no es bueno para los alcistas. A nosotros nos da igual, vamos a los dos lados. No somos defensores de nada ni en contra de nada. Si nos va a hacer lana, lo vamos a tomar. Tenemos nuestro promedio el 9 en la de 5 días en los 113,500. El de los 9. El de los 5 días en 112. Sí, y el 21 en 111,846. La parte baja de la zona azul en los 110, 190, que es donde está el promedio del 9, me parece, o el 21 en la semanal, ¿no? Espérame. 109, exactamente. Si llegamos a perder estos 110, 109 por acá, caemos y perdemos los 108,300, esa sería mi primera llamada de atención, que sí, vamos a los 104. Diaria tienes expansión de volatilidad ante la caída. Esto, atentos. Esta expansión de volatilidad comienza acá. Y está en esta vela roja. ¿Ok? En la diaria. Tienes cruce plateado a la baja justamente acá. Entre estas dos sesiones. Se dio básicamente ayer el cruce plateado. ¿Qué dice esto? Estando en el 61.8%, que muy probablemente vas a venir a retestear el promedio del 9 y el 5 en los 113,300. O podrías llegar hasta esta parte en los 114. Y esto te va a rechazar. Y eso es lo que va a ser crítico para todos. Se los voy a poner fácil. A todo el mundo le están vendiendo inflación, le están vendiendo lo mismo que pasó en el 2021, le están vendiendo el mismo ciclo del 2021, pero que no tiene fin. Están haciendo todo lo posible para que todo el mundo crea que el escenario alcista es lo que va a reventar. Están sacando noticias manipuladas para hacerlo pensar como las noticias de las casas. Hay mucha gente que está confundida. Las casas no están mejorando en sus ventas. Lo que está pasando es que los constructores, las constructoras gigantescas, están reduciendo sus precios por 20%. Las casas nuevas son más baratas que las casas viejas y eso fue lo que causó el spike, porque le están diciendo a la gente que no van a bajar intereses por más que los hayan bajado. Recuerda, te están dando la pauta una vez más de lo mismo que ya pasó, que te dijeron que no iba a pasar la primera vez, pero ahora te están diciendo que sí. El secreto de este trade va a estar acá. No me metería en long acá, se me hace más peligroso que nada. ¿Por qué? Porque esto tranquilamente se puede seguir y se puede doblar hasta acá, sin pedo alguno. Si llegamos a los 113, 200, hasta los 114, ahí yo estaría buscando un corto. Y ahora, lo malo de esto es que tu invalidación está muy arriba, muy arriba. Y eso es lo que le gusta jugar a Bitcoin. La primera está en 115, 200. Así que si llegas a esta zona y no puedes romper 113, 200, 114, prepárate a contar con mínimo los $104,000 y poniendo esta tabla de vuelta. ¿Dónde está la línea meme? En los $103,000. Si llega a caer esto, hasta esta línea meme. Y llevándonos esta línea meme en los $103,000, junto con el S&P 200 diario, yo diría que esto va mucho más para abajo. Mucho más para abajo. El trade está fácil acá. Bastante sencillo, honestamente. 112, 200, 113, 200. Área de gran oportunidad para un corto. 114 es el máximo de esa área. Arriba de eso y cierres por encima de la línea meme que habían visto en esta tabla, vamos para acá arriba. Si no, nos vamos a llevar estos mínimos. Esta es una trampa para la gente que está haciendo longs. Porque te está diciendo, güey, ve qué chingón. Hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Tienes acá esto, estás aquí abajo, no se llevó el mínimo. Cuando Bitcoin hace cosas tan sencillas y limpias de ver, es cuando te va a dar la jugada al revés. Y una vez más, mensual, Dios, lo vimos por acá. No era la mensual, era la trimestral. Donde te juega vela topera, vela falsa y pito, en la de 2 semanas te lo hizo. Vela topera, vela falsa, vamos para arriba. Este podría ser el pito. Atentos. Una vez más, todo esto está mal. Si subimos de 114 y pasamos los 115, 700, esa sería la invalidación a la baja. Y a la alza, que lleguemos a los 112, es simplemente no recuperar los $109,000. Es la historia de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Vámonos con Amazon. El tío Jeff Bezos.
Let's see here. Let's see what Bull Jeff's up to.
Yeah.
And his wife. Can't forget her.
Of course not. I see her in my nightmares. She's cousins with the Joker, I'm pretty sure.
She's right in the corner of my room. Can't move. I just see her. I think Zuck's on the other side. I'm not sure.
That's all I can think of. Just him looking at her tits. It's fucking incredible.
What a guy. Amazon, to me, we're still in that very tricky spot where, last few months you've been pressing really near an all-time high. It's very important to watch because, often when you come really close or near an all-time high, many either get too overexcited, too emotional, expecting an all-time high break, all while bears potentially have a super easy risk to reward short. Now for us, we had a wick high rejection. This wick high still didn't really shift much for me. The objective from this point is an all-time high, and if you start rolling over, bears are just going to be looking at this wick low, essentially the wick low in April, the low that many don't think could get hit again. Now, in this perspective on the monthly, we see the 9 has shifted all the way to around that $214 region. That is bullish, but it also will solidify the fact that this meme line should hold. And so this move down, yes, you're getting a little bit of a buyback, meaning a little bit of a bounce. But really, until you actually hit the meme line and also the EMA 9, it's still on the monthly kind of in no man's land, while also putting in a pretty disgusting monthly candle. Now, let's just observe monthly volatility. You've only really had, a few periods, I'll say multiple periods, but 2 times really where you've had a major BBWP setup. This is still resetting. It's now under the moving average. You're now about to fall back under 15%, potentially in the start of October. And so it's just really worth watching if you trade on the monthly, because the monthly is actually very interesting. You still have, very tight risk to reward. Shorts using this high, specifically the all-time high, still aren't stopped. And now really they're just waiting for this monthly 9 to break, meaning become loss, giving them confirmation of potentially filling out that wick that we formed in April. The higher timeframes are fun on Amazon, actually. So, you have your low logically, which should be the higher low. After higher high, higher low. In April, we were saying really this dump should not be a cause of concern, specifically when you go to like a 2-week and you see exactly, oh wait, where's April? There it is. Specifically where we dumped to, sentiment and all that and such. But we really should observe this move down carefully, because this move down was aggressive, but it was actually very logical, and it tells a very interesting story. Essentially, once the 2-week EMA 9 was lost, it became really just the beginnings of a major move, rejecting off of the 2-week EMA 9. Now, I will say that you did also have a range loss of support on this closure. And so what we can gather is, in 4 hours from now, if this 2-week ends up coming and actually closing under that $214 area, it's going to be a major zone where I'm going to be looking at that as the starts or the beginnings of a breakdown. And that's very crucial for us to watch because, well, if we're needing to fill out a move down that occurred in April, then you also should get similar characteristics of that. So I'll be looking at that as your confirmation. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it has to occur today. You could simply just lose the 2-week EMA 9. That'll give you confluence of a move back down. All eyes on that next 2-week closure in mid-October. So weekly, in my opinion, now has shifted into a downtrend. You've taken out the last major higher low. And so if you do end up bouncing from this region into next week, you do need to really view that weekly 9, which again would be a zone you'd be watching anyways, level that's been holding this entire bull market, not entire bull market, this entire leg up from April low. Correction there. People will hear that and clip. And so when you get a lower low break, it's very crucial just to watch the lower high. For me, right into 225 is the spot with low volatility in this region. I don't find it a coincidence that you're getting very similar characteristics to what occurred back before that major move in April. So you should be watching very carefully. You also see this weekly telling a very interesting story, which is you're at the extremity low on the moving averages. Once you lose this EMA 100, not much going to be stopping Amazon from going all the way to the EMA 100. Now we can use this mid-range here at 200s, right in the psychological level. Makes sense. We'll have to watch, but with trend breaking, and this just being in a breakdown, I'm not really going to be convinced that this region in 200 is going to hold. These lows taken out will just exacerbate the move. And rather, I want to be watching the reaction around $193. Because you still are in technically a bullish setup here. You have the reclaim, was proven to you as support. So if you end up moving aggressively down off of the 34, being lost, and you have to watch for a reaction here, logically. And if you don't hold that, then yeah, again, telling sign that, well, perhaps maybe even the low in April is not going to hold. And maybe we're going to actually like break down harder. Because mind you, when we had this major move down, we go and view it on the 2-month. Let me delete this. You can see here that you still are in a macro uptrend. And so really the only way to confirm this now being a down market, bear market, in my opinion, is just taking out that April low. And it really will make sense that if the weekly starts signaling potentially a move to the SMA 200, that could start being your confirmation of that. So mind you, we're at $219. April low was, where is that? Specifically get it, $161. So, still a big region here. And that's why it's worth watching. If you're potentially going to get a setup at minimum, taking you to 11%. Mind you, once you lose the EMA 34, I do think it's worth watching because, well, what we had in April in the beginning of this year, essentially, was a pretty easy short environment. Do specifically remember the Academy shorting Amazon quite successfully. So, something worth watching. Once you lose this monthly 9, I'm going to really start looking at that as the beginnings of a major move down. That is sitting at $214. And like I said today, $214 is a big spot for this weekly. We'll see if we get the same exact environment that we got before really bigly dumping from that 2-week EMA 9 loss and also that 214 region of support loss. You end up dumping 23% on Amazon, which is crazy, in 28 days. So it's really not the most absurd scenario. But that also means bulls need to pick up sooner rather than later, specifically in like 3 hours, 57 minutes. So we'll go to the daily now. We'll see if we see anything. Daily, I likes giving me confidence that $214 region. You're already losing the EMA 100. So most likely this is going to reject, right? As long as you stay under the EMA 100, it's going to reject you. Next target will be the SMA 200. I've seen this play out really nicely. Once you reject it down, came right to the SMA 200. Now it's going to be very crucial to see the reaction there because that is going to be on the daily either the beginnings of a major breakdown or the start of a move up, and you start maybe reclaiming back above the EMA 100. Objective here will be just simply going back above $229 and specifically taking out September 9th high. But on the daily perspective, you could it's really tied nicely. I mean, lose 214, you've just now lost the daily SMA 200. Generally, that's just the beginnings of a major downtrend. Whenever you lose an SMA 200 on a daily, it's usually the beginnings of a major downtrend. And luckily for us on a stock like Amazon, boomers greatly respect moving averages. A lot more than Bitcoin. So it's a big spot. It's a major spot. Now, I don't really see much on the HPDR. You're still on breakdown. You have confluence of that $230 being the spot you should get back above. Like I said, you'll be back within this range. It'll start looking good. But the 2-day is interesting because, well, this could just give you, an idea of the daily, maybe potentially still moving down, hitting that SMA 200, while the 2-day is just in no man's land. You're still in a sell trigger. Shorts are simply waiting for a move up to this region to short again. All while bulls are watching for the reaction here. You can just lower it there. Now, what I like about the 2-day, though, is you're still firing off in volatility. And this can give you confluence. So, yeah, when you're kind of in the gray zone, it's probably not worth positioning long or short. Just let volatility and the market do its thing. Maybe once you get to this region, support 214, it can then provide some kind of bounce. But here, if you're positioning, really no reason to do that. And even more so, this is just a lower low. You come back up, you can just lower high, something that Amazon's been doing. So again, just summarizing really for bulls why it shouldn't be longing this. Don't see an argument for it, specifically when you're on a fresh downtrend break. But I also don't see an argument to be shorting into 214. More often than not, that will give some kind of reaction, specifically on a stock like Amazon when you do reach a weekly EMA 34, for example, or even like a daily SMA 200. It's usually not the time to start shorting. Patience will pay. You can just get an easy short here once you deviate that, right? That same idea worked well. People will look here. You lost it, came down, rejected. Let's just measure this little chop here. 4%. And then really it was here once you deviated it down, couldn't retest it. And that led to an 18%. So that's a proper move off the SMA 200. You can also measure it up. 16%. So really, you're just waiting and watching here. So that's all I really have on Amazon. 214 is the spot that needs to hold. If in today's close, you get this 2-week and it loses 214, specific numbers, 214.81. If you lose that with the EMA 9 loss, you're just going to be in the similar environment that you were in the beginning of this year, right before Tesla bigly dumped. Amazon bigly dumped. So just be very aware of that. Watch the region. If you're a bull, you just simply need to hold this 2-week EMA 9 and make a move all the way back above 230. If you can hold and get back above 230, yeah, that can be the start of a nice move, and then you can maybe test this high again. But you can just see the struggle from this high did play out so far, and you are getting follow through down. So just be very aware of that. All while volatility, is looking pretty primed up on Amazon, specifically on the 2-day, while it's still in a sell trigger. So, to me, it's looking like, yeah, most likely a bounce at 214, that 212 region. That bounce most likely does just produce a lower high going into October. So just be very aware of that. If you lower high and start rejecting, yeah, I'm not going to be convinced 200 to 201 is going to hold, but rather right in that 190 to 193. I do think that could be the spot that could hold. And if you don't hold that, then yeah, we can come all the way back to here. You're back within this range. Next target will be 166 to 165. And at that point, you have to just be watching that weekly SMA 200 to step up. So, a lot of people are convinced April lows are going to hold. I'm not very convinced yet. So you very easily can come back around this region and test. And you can see here that it does start pretty aggressively, at least dumps down once you lose the 9. You saw it here. Quickly go here. You can see. Did you lose it here? I think you did. Yeah. Lost it here. Came down. And look how strong a monthly 9 can reject, just like it can be support. And it's interesting because you're, starting to see a lot more charts on the macro at least shape up. which is important because similar to Bitcoin, you also have, you know, very low volatility on the monthly for Amazon. So it's definitely worth watching. Specifically, when we do start seeing risk, maybe start churning, you'll often see like Bitcoin, you know, often top before something like an Amazon. So it's interesting.
Thank you so much, senor. Very, very, very clear. Not sure why the fuck I click on Tesla when I see it on the screen.
I did say Tesla one time, so
that's probably why not.
But
no, I don't understand why. Perfect. Very, 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 very easy and clear to understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next for you would be Take Two, T2.
Sweet. Sounds good.
Thank you. Amazon, la empresa de Jeff Bezos, el villano de Batman, ¿no? Vamos a empezar a ver esto en la trimestral. Pueden ver que Amazon está en una clara tendencia alcista en no mamar después de haber encontrado este gran tope en julio del 2021 y una caída hasta enero del 2023, octubre del 2023, y después se recuperó. Vamos a ver cuánto fue este promedio. Este fue un 56% de caída. Brutal. Y ahora, después, la de los aranceles aquí fue el tope en enero del 2025, los aranceles, y fue un 33%. Por lo que nos dice esto, vamos a ver la del 2020, 2018, 2019, 20, enero. Esta no fue ni caída porque Amazon vendía todo en línea y Amazon reventó, entonces solamente subió. Pero en el 2008, y si tenemos datos del 2008, vamos a verlo, cuáles son las correcciones. Y pueden ver que estamos empezando a buscar objetivos interesantes. Primero la del 2000, después del máximo histórico en octubre del 99, cayó, 94%, como si fuera un shitcoin. Pero ahí todavía no estaba establecido Amazon, no le voy a dar crédito a ello. Y acá tienes el 2007 hasta el 2008 un 65%. 65%, y esta que fue cuando, en junio del 2000, en el 2014 no me acuerdo qué pasó, pero se ajustó la bolsa. Fue cuando cayó Europa y, ¿cómo se dice? Dubái y todos esos países árabes, 30%. Ok. Vale. Con eso dicho y entendiendo nuestra media de correcciones, básicamente 50, yo diría 45%. Vamos a ponerlo acá donde sería una corrección interesante. 45% nos pondría en 130, básicamente en esta zona. Un 50%, bueno, no voy a contar eso, voy a poner los 60% en 95. Y estos 95 nos harían hacer un bajo más alto. Y arriba de ello ya un 70%. Estás hablando de pinches sueños mojados, no mames. Pero por ahora Amazon tiene cara de estar un poco correctiva. Y tenemos una vela más o menos topera por acá formándose para la trimestral que cierra el próximo fin de semana, básicamente. Y por ahora estamos por encima del promedio del 5, en los 206,97, que es esta línea verde que está acá. Y pueden ver que el promedio del 9 viene en esta línea amarilla. Esto va a ser importante para lo que sigue. Voy a poner el HPDR porque tenemos suficientes datos en esta mamada. Hicimos el front run de la media y ahora estamos cayendo de perder los 206, 207. Vamos a la parte baja de la zona azul que nos pone en los 193, 194 dólares, muy cerca de esta línea meme. De no poder aguantar ahí y el promedio del 9, nos iríamos al 50% en los 174. Y siguiente objetivo sería entre el promedio del 21 en los 160 hasta los 143. Eso es lo que sería el siguiente objetivo si se llega a dar tal cual con seguimiento. Habíamos tenido esta gran expansión de volatilidad en la trimestral que había llevado a Amazon hasta arriba y ahora en la última pueden ver que está contrayendo, pero todavía no hay confirmación. Recuerden, todavía falta la próxima semana para saber cómo va a cerrar esto y es donde vamos a tener el ojo bien pelado. Mensual, una vela topera, un adelanto al toque de la media y de perder los 214 y luego los 211, estamos hablando de ir al 21 que está en los 197 o al promedio al 61.8% en los 187. Y de ahí es donde yo esperaría que rebotemos. De no poder rebotar ahí, yo estaría pendiente a este mínimo, porque creo que sí nos lo podríamos llevar en los 161 hasta estos 150 con la zona de máxima oportunidad en Amazon. Vamos a ver cuándo tocamos el S&P 200 mensual, si es que lo hemos tocado. Denme un segundo. Nunca hemos tocado el S&P 200 mensual. El extremo normalmente resulta ser el promedio del 100, lo pueden ver, y el promedio del 100 estando en los 134. Eso quiere decir que si nos vamos a mamar y vemos a Amazon, básicamente en esta zona sería la zona de mega oportunidades. Probablemente la más realista, si tenemos una buena caída, sea más o menos por acá. ¿De qué ves? Alto, mínimo, alto si es que es, y luego dónde caería el próximo mínimo. No, porque pueden ver, estas son mensuales, fue 1, 2, 3, 4 meses verdes, este sería el quinto. Vamos a ver cómo juega esto tal cual, pero se ve bastante... Amazon siempre se ve bien, honestamente. Y aunque caiga eso, no es tanto, no es, bueno, relativamente hablando. 2 semanas, aquí es donde me pone a poner más atención. Vemos que nuestra volatilidad ha estado definitivamente en una tendencia bajista básicamente todo este tiempo, ¿no? Lo pueden ver, podemos hasta básicamente hacer esto y decir que si rebotamos aquí en el promedio y vamos para arriba, chido. Pero me gusta ponerla así y esto me está diciendo alto, alto y la volatilidad continuaría contrayendo. ¿Qué pasa cada que la volatilidad expande en Amazon? Subimos. ¿Qué pasa cuando bajamos? Y cuando toca la parte de abajo es fondo. Acá también lo hizo. ¿Ok? Acá casi lo hizo. El fondo estaba más atrás. Y este fondo sí se dio con expansión a la baja. Que llegamos al promedio de los 200 en la de 2 semanas, que está ya una vez más en la zona de los 130 y tantos. Semanal tenemos volatilidad contrayendo, sugiriendo que va a venir un movimiento bastante agresivo. Y es acá donde todas las tablas empiezan a pintar este tipo de setups, donde podría ser a la alza o a la baja. Tenemos el rechazo de la parte alta con una vela topera. En la semanal esta vela topera honestamente viene acá. Este es un follow through instantáneo, lo que me hace instantáneamente más bajista. Esto va a cerrar en 3 horas y 43 minutos, a menos de que Amazon cierre en 228 el día de hoy o por arriba de 228. Esto tiene cara de que, pues, viene este rebote, pero el siguiente objetivo debería ser los $205 en mi librito. Vamos a ver si se dan. Diaria, tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída. Esta fue brutal, pero ya volatilidad está contrayendo y puedes ver que esto está subiendo. Esto quiere decir y está sugiriendo en la diaria que este es un movimiento correctivo en la última vela. Y ahora tienen que poner atención. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que venimos a retestear el promedio del 100? La última vez que venimos a retestear el promedio del 100, bueno, no la última, pero la importante es esta. Porque subiste el promedio del 100, abriste en gap, lo veniste a retestear acá. Esta fue la caída de abril de los aranceles. Ya es una caída tan potente por todos los aranceles que le están cobrando a toda la gente. Duro. Y desde entonces trepamos, hicimos máximo histórico. Acá caímos al promedio del 100 y volvimos a reventar alto histórico. De todo esto, no había cerrado por debajo del promedio del 100. En la diaria, la única vez que cerraste por debajo del promedio del 100 fue acá y fue lo que te llevó para abajo. ¿Ok? Instantáneamente. Está cerrando por debajo del promedio del 100 una sesión y esta es la sesión de hoy en 220. Si no puedes cerrar por encima del promedio del 100 de hoy, vas a los 214. Se los voy a poner sencilla. En Amazon. 1. Pueden ver que el promedio del 9 está por debajo del 34 y el 21. Debilidad. 2. El 5 está por debajo del 55 y a punto de cruzar el 200. 3. Desde mayo que habías hecho el spring del EMA 100, lo habías tocado una vez. Esta es la segunda con 1, 2 y este podría ser el tercer cierre bajo. Para mí, la vela de hoy va a ser la confirmación. Llegamos a cerrar por debajo de los 220 del EMA 100. 215 sería mi siguiente objetivo. Y si nos llegamos a llevar estos mínimos de acá en los 211, yo pondría como objetivo para mí más o menos esta zona entre los 200 y los 189. Ahora, todo esto se cancela si podemos simplemente cerrar por encima de $228. Empezamos a ver 228 y después te llevas este máximo en 235, estamos equivocados en esta idea. Pero Amazon tiene cara de que está a punto de dar una buena corrección Que ahora sí que quién sabe por qué, ¿no? Pero pues ya veremos. Porque recuerden, la economía está muy fuerte, es lo que dicen todo el mundo. Y también la recesión no va a venir porque el PIB lo revisaron a los 3.8. Recuerden, cuando el número no queda con lo que dices o lo que piensas, es falso. Pero cuando cae perfectamente con tu bias es real. Entonces, ahorita todo el mundo diciendo, no va a haber recesión porque el PIB lo revisaron en 3.8, no es un dato falso. Eso es lo que se ve en Amazon, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver XRP de una vez, que aquí está el tío Farhan para enseñárnoslo. El XRP, ¿no? No el nepe, no se crean.
You all ready to see the PP?
Yep, already did.
Right.
I said, here's Farhan to show us it. And I said, don't worry, I'm not talking about his dick. I'm talking about XRP.
Oh, you're letting us all down. I was ready to show some more.
What do you got there, sir?
All right, so on the quarterly on XRP, momentum is still flipped to the upside, getting freshly into the bullish control zone. This is the first time XRP has had momentum in the bullish control zone since 2017. The entire 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023 moves to the upside we've had were just a rejection of the bullish control zone. This is the first time we've entered it, and we are about to confirm a closure within the bullish control zone in about 4 days and 8 hours. Volatility is still expanding to support that, and the jewel's still giving you a strong buy signal. If you look, you're getting over the 50%. You're once again back below the 61.8%. I was a little excited to see us over there a few days ago, but we are once again we've rejected and dropped below. How much is that below the 61.8%? Like 6% since Wednesday's live stream. That's not bad. Well, I guess it's a shitcoin, so 6% is a sneeze for shitcoins. But what we want to see close over ideally is this 50%. As long as we get a close over the 50%, not really that worrying, and a close over this week high at about $2.65, very close with that the 50%. 50% is like 7 cents over that, like $2.72. So if you can close over there, that'll also close over this week high, and I would be looking for another retest of that 50% to maybe the 5 EMA as it rises up as a spring into the 61.8% again. And the 61.8% right now, it's at 294, but it is going to move in about 4 days and 6 hours, and wherever it is at that point, it's going to be the target. Let's go into monthly. Monthly is just about to flip momentum back to the upside over the moving average. It's hasn't closed yet. Closes in about 4 days and 8 hours. And if this does confirm momentum to the upside, I would be looking for a move into the median wherever it is at that time, and that would be a spring into the top 38.2%. Right now on the monthly, we are taking out all of these previous lows, while price is still putting in a higher low, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence, and that will confirm with any close over about $3.38. If you can confirm that, that will give you an easy target of hitting somewhere around the 61.8%, which right now is at about, well, not an easy target, but that would be the technical target. And wherever it's at that time, whenever you hit it, because this will move. Right now, it's at about $6.68. It's gonna move, but wherever it is at that time, because it can move from last time it was all the way up at around $9.20, drop 30% to like $6.60. If it drops another 30%, that would be what, like like $20 down. That, I mean, not $20, $2 down. $20 down would make it negative 14. $2 down brings it to like $4 and like $4.50, which is not that crazy of a target. And since you are getting a rejection or a little bit of a shooting star and a rejection of front one of this 38.2%, that also gives you probabilities of hitting the median wherever it is on this next open. Monthly is losing the sell signal on the jewel, flipping over into a neutral. It was flipped into a buy signal previously, but it is now flipped back into a neutral, and we are looking for this to maintain closures over the median, and it'll avoid going into a sell signal. Start to lose the median, and this is going to shift back into a sell. 2 weeks starting to flip back down. Actually, is it? No, it isn't. It's going back. It's still maintaining upside. I was looking at this, and it's entering into the bullish control, and also Is there divergence? No divergence at all. And we should be looking for somewhere around this 38.2% to get retested with this 21 EMA. This was our major bottom last time before we went to new all-time highs. That gives us a price of around $2.40, $2.45. And from there, you likely should bounce at the very least back up to this meme line at around $2.80, $2.90. But I am slightly of the opinion that you will grind out some type of higher low here, major low, and then continue to new all-time highs. Right now, the jewel is still giving you a buy signal on the 2-week also. Weekly, it's going to be flipped to the downside with volatility expanding, and you're getting very close to losing your 38.2%. You are currently bouncing off of that zone. If you do lose this 38.2%, that's what brings you down to testing somewhere around the 61.8%, which right now is at that $2.40 level. 5-day also flipping to the downside and getting very close to getting into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding. And the 5-day jewels freshly giving you a sell signal with the pink below the yellow. We should be looking for somewhere around this 55 to get lost with the loss of this 21. And that is at around about $2.44. 2-day also flipped to the downside, entering into the bearish control zone now, with volatility expanding and no possibility for bullish divergence because we are making lower lows on momentum, and a nice sell signal on the jewel. Would expect somewhere around that 78.6% to 88.3% to get tagged based off of a loss of this 38.2, loss of the 55. And this 100 does not seem like it's going to be that likely going to give you a bounce, but not the one you're looking for, as long as you're trading below the 55. And that brings you to around like 250 to like 240. Daily trying to flip back up, still below the moving average and still in the bearish control zone. What will solidify this momentum breaking out of the bearish control zone likely is going to be a close over this 100 and this 38.2%, which right now sits at about $2.83. If you do get that, then you'll get a move back up to retest the silver cross at around like not much higher, 290. And this median is going to move. I'd like to see it move to where the cross is, and that'd give you perfect influence for that of it being the area to break to get your reversal back to all-time highs. Daily is also now giving you a fresh sell signal with the pink freshly going below the yellow, and this will confirm in about 7.5 hours. And the daily 200 is right around that same $2.50 level. With the loss of your 100, maybe you get move back up to bearish retest your 200, but eventually you're likely going to come to that. Bearish retest the 100, but you're likely to come down to the 200. 4-hour now starting to flip up with volatility contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high, and you've lost the sell signal within the bearish control zone. But you do have a pink crossing below yellow in the background, so this likely just comes back up to the edge of the bearish control zone, rejects, and flips back down. And that will line up with a movement to somewhere around like this bottom 38.2%, around like $2.80. Maybe the median at 283. Now I'm going to the other side. It's interesting that the Chinaman's exchange is the only one that allows you to trade these BTC pairings. Seems like something very easy to other exchanges to pick up.
I just feel like no one cares. Maybe there's not a lot of volume on it.
That's possible.
On them,
because they all let you do it for Bitcoin and ETH, but they don't let you do it for the other shitcoins.
yeah.
Actually, I don't think they even let you do it for ETH.
Huh.
Monthly, very close to giving you a silver cross to the upside on the Bitcoin pairing. The Bitcoin pairing on XRP. Maximum 2 more monthly closes before this is going to silver cross. And if we can get a monthly close over this 100, there's a possibility this will silver cross in this monthly close. I just don't personally think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be one of those ones where they're just like kissing, but not actually crossed until the one afterwards. And is there any divergence present right now? Nothing on the monthly. 2-week, nothing. We are making lower lows on momentum. Actually, are we making lower lows? We are indeed. So there's possibility for hidden bullish divergence now on the 2 week because we are taking out these previous lows while price is making a higher low. To confirm that, we'll have to close over many zeros, 2745. And let's see if I can get any targets off of that. Somewhere around like 34 cents would be the first target. And then if you can get 3 closes over 29 cents, then up to like, not 29, not cents. I mean, many zeros, 3, 4. And if you can get 3 closes over many zeros, 2, 9, then that takes you over to many zeros, 4, 3 area. Those many zeros keep throwing me off. It's too many digits for me to keep track of.
This is our daily reminder to TradingView, to the CEO of TradingView, to put a function for Farhan so you can eliminate the zeros.
Please. 2-day currently has active hidden bearish divergence. Let's zoom in a little bit on this RSI. Did we make a higher high? We did make an ever so slightly higher high and a lower high on price. So another drive of hitting bearish divergence. And this will give you a target of hitting the bearish control zone, which I can't tell you what number that is. And volatility is now expanding with that hidden bearish divergence from extreme lows. Nothing on the daily. And nothing on the 4 hours. Go a little lower. And nothing there. I'll go back up and go to the dollar pairing. Exchange. Monthly, nothing. 2-week currently still has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over about $2.69. Nice number. And the invalidation of that will give you a nice target of this 21, sitting at around $2.45. Kind of does seem like that will happen. Weekly, nothing. 5 days invalidated the bullish divergence. 3 days invalidated it. Daily is now putting a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about $2.99. And your next target is the bearish critical zone, which right now sits at $2.50. A very beautiful number. With the daily giving you volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0% with a bearish divergence. Also lines up with your daily 200. 4-hour has a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will remain active as long as you're closing below about $2.77. And your next target is the critical zone, which right now sits at $2.46. 2 hours now fully reset on volatility back to 10%. We're making higher lows, so 2 hour is forming bullish divergence now, and this will confirm with any close over $2.75, and that takes you up to somewhere around 285 to 290. This number is 277. Okay. So the higher time frames on XRP are shifting more towards a corrective state. If you can say corrective, I only say corrective because these percentages would be corrective for shitcoiners. They'd be a crash in any other market. The monthly is starting to shift quite corrective, and I would be looking for targets somewhere around a minimum $2.40 to $2.45. And if we are going to be bullish, that is where we're going to get our bounce and correct a new, go to new all-time highs from there. If the top is in, which I personally don't think so right now, but if the top is in, then we'll likely get a little bit of a bounce at $2.40, $2.45, go upwards to like 280, 290, and then from there I'd expect a dump to somewhere around 140 to 150, and that actually a little bit lower, somewhere around 130, which would line up with our monthly 55 EMA. And I also don't think we're going to stop there. Unfortunately, covering years community members, I think XRP is going to do what it always does and retrace this entire thing and come back and make an ever so slightly higher low at like maybe 60 cents or 70 cents. This pure speculation is just going off of trend on what it usually does. So maybe it doesn't. Maybe this time is different. But right now on the short term time frame, based on momentum being to the upside on the bullish divergence, I do think we will get a little bit of a bounce towards 290, but that will confirm that on the momentum chart next. Let's go into the low time frames. PUSD. Yep. Flip to the downside, and the pivot is right at 286. Lines up perfectly with that mid 280s number. And 4 hours now very close to flipping back up. I believe 2 is already going to be flipped up. Get already flipped back up with volatility now at extreme lows. So what it does seem like on the low time frames is people see a little bit of a bounce, tap that 285 to like 290 area. As long as we are closing 4 hour candle below about $2.90, it is more likely than not that we're going to come back to 240, and then if it's going to depend on the reaction there if we're going to go lower or not. I personally think we will get a bounce at 240. I'm not basing it on anything, and go to new all-time highs from there. Happy to be. Well, I'm not happy to be wrong. I'll be sad if I'm wrong, but there is a strong possibility based off how the monthly candle looks that we won't bounce at that $2.45 zone, and we're going to get a slight close below our 9 EMA, get a bounce back up and retest the 9 EMA, and then dump towards the 21. If I had to put it for a number basis, I'd say I'm leaning more towards, let's say, forced to say 70% towards bouncing at 240s to new all-time highs, 30% that will just continue to make bearish retests and dump to somewhere around like $1.30. But to wrap it up, low time frames, we are getting momentum flipping back to the upside, giving you a test of somewhere around like 280s, 290s. Assuming you're closing 4 hours below $2.90, you likely will just put in a bearish retest and dump towards that monthly 9 EMA around like $2.40, $2.45. And monthly 9 EMA is the zone where we bounced from and went to new all-time highs last time. So we should assume that likely that'll play out until you get a monthly close below your 9 EMA, or you get a loss of around like $1.90. Yeah, either one of those two things, and then you can front run the idea of the close below the 9 EMA, and you can throw the bounce idea out the window. Not necessarily that we're going to be in a bear market at that point. I just wouldn't want to long that.
So you long it at that point. Perfect.
Exactly.
If AI for you, Faraday Futures AI. Now that it's an AI car company that doesn't have a car. Pretty cool.
Oh, beautiful. So they don't have a car nor AI.
No, neither thing. But god damn it, they're a public company, so we better fucking look at it. Incredible. Ok, estamos viendo XRP. XRP en la diaria, tío, se ve un poco mal, ¿no? Pueden ver los rechazos de esta línea bajista. Y ahora, lo interesante fue, tienes el breakout, vienes, retesteas, y para mí esto me da señales de debilidad. Y lo que me está enseñando es que está intentando atrapar a la mayor cantidad de gente posible. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente cuando tienes este tipo de patrones, este retesteo debió de haber sido explosivo a la alza y llevarse este máximo por acá, o mínimo este. Y lo único que consiguió el precio de XRP fue literalmente regresar a los $3. Eso es para mí una muestra de debilidad simplemente en la diaria. Y sobre todo que tienes este mínimo ya acá coqueteando con la idea de un mínimo más alto que el último. Nel, ajá. ¿Cómo le gusta hacer XRP gatadas? En subir, bajar a niveles que no había bajado, volver a subir, bajar a niveles todavía más bajos para volver a subir. Y una vez más, esto en realidad para mí es más alcista que bajista. Sí, hacemos un mínimo más grande acá, por acá en los 250, 240, y ahí es donde deberíamos de ir a buscar ese alto histórico. Esto es como yo querría ver que Bitcoin se viera básicamente, pero todavía no lo hace. Así que XRP se ve bajista, pero tiene cara que podría encontrar un rebote interesante más o menos por esta zona y vamos a analizarlo todo. Para empezar con lo trimestral, como habíamos platicado antes, estamos viendo y asegurándonos de tener el cierre trimestral más potente de toda la historia. Nos gustaría ver en realidad un cierre por encima de los 290. Sería lo ideal para este cierre trimestral. Todavía faltan 4 días y 8 horas para cerrarlo. ¿Por qué sería ideal ver eso? Porque esto sugeriría que deberíamos de abrir un nuevo nivel y llevarnos los máximos históricos. Pero hasta que yo no vea un cierre trimestral por arriba de los 290, no voy a darle más preferencia a eso que no. No. Perdón. Vaya que el HBDR en esta cosa es horrible, pero vamos ahorita a expandirlo. Vale. Es lo que estábamos viendo. Habíamos tenido la expansión de volatilidad en XRP, pero ahora comienza a darse la vuelta. Las contracciones de volatilidad en XRP normalmente significan caídas. Todavía no tenemos contracción, pero empieza a pintar para acá y el promedio está acá. Tenemos que mantener el ojo bien abierto. Esto va a cerrar una vez más en 4 días y 8 horas para que lo tengan bien pensado. Por ahora, lo que coincide con mi teoría por acá arriba es básicamente este número del 61.8%. Ellos los tienen en 2.94. De poder cerrar por arriba de 2.94, ya te puedo dar un número estupidísimamente loco allá arriba, pero no lo voy a hacer porque no soy de esos canales que te quieren vender una idea que, no, tal vez sí, pero tal vez no es lo que yo apoyo. Mensual, puta madre, qué vela tan horrenda, una vela topera. Esta vela topera es un engaño de esta vela topera. Vamos a ver cómo juega. Tuvimos esta vela topera por acá que no funcionó, nos dio el engaño con esta corrección a la baja y después a la alza. Si esta vela llega a cerrar como está ahorita, la pueden ver ahí, déjeme quito el HPDR para que sea más clara. Si esta vela llega a cerrar tal cual como la están viendo acá, voy a esperar a que el precio primero suba. Si el precio sube primero, en cuanto abre el siguiente mes, voy a esperar a que caiga. Si el precio hace esto instantáneamente después de que cierre esta vela, voy a esperar a que suba. Porque es lo que normalmente hacen este tipo de velas. Ya se los enseñé en Solana, se los enseñé en Bitcoin, etcétera. Estamos muy por encima de nuestro promedio del 5 y del 9, pero el promedio del 9 podría ser el resultado de lo que estamos buscando. Si venimos a este promedio del 9 en los 2.50 básicamente y rebotamos, eso sería alcista y continuarías esta tendencia. Pero si te llevas el promedio del 9 a la baja en la mensual, que no lo has hecho, ¿desde cuándo? Vamos a ver. Ninguna de estas sesiones. Desde que perdiste el promedio del 9 en el mercado, básicamente lo retomaste acá con este zampompazo. Y antes de eso lo perdiste. No habías ganado el 2021, pero una vez que lo perdiste en el 2021, en diciembre del 2021, ¿qué fue lo que pasó? Al pito. Así que el promedio del 9 mensual para XRP es muy, muy importante y queremos que aguanten esos 2.50 centavos. Es lo que estaríamos buscando en el próximo cierre mensual. Volatilidad está contrayendo por ahora. Semanal también tienes volatilidad contrayendo por fin después de esta expansión. Esta expansión nos llevó a la alza y después del lado. Ahora tienes volatilidad contrayendo por debajo del promedio. Esta vela va a cerrar en 2 días y 8 horas y estamos justamente ante el promedio del 9. Una vez más, va cerrando por debajo del promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas, como también en Bitcoin. Tiene consecuencias bastante duras en correcciones, así que estén pendientes primero en los 2.73. 2.73 sería mi primer nivel en XRP, a ver si lo perdemos o no en este cierre en 2 horas, en 2 días y 8 minutos. Vamos a ver qué nos enseña eso. 50%, venimos del 61.8%, venimos de literalmente hasta ahí arriba para abajo. Llegamos a perder el promedio del 9, llegaríamos a la parte baja de la zona azul, a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 2.54 y de ahí que Dios nos ampare si el 21 no nos aguanta. Si el 21 no nos aguanta, que es la línea en la arena en los 2.41, aquí esto va más para abajo. Si rebotas acá, vas para arriba. Pero esta va a ser la zona crítica. Entre 2.40, 2.50 va a ser la zona importante para el precio de XRP. En la semanal estamos cayendo, estamos por debajo del promedio, estamos por debajo de la media, habíamos estado por arriba de la media, abrimos por debajo nos llevó para abajo con el promedio del 9, lo perdimos, también el promedio del 5 y ahora estamos rebotando en la parte baja de la zona azul junto con el 21. Si eres bajista, quieres perder los 2.69 primero. De perder los 2.69 te debería de llevar al promedio del 34, que está en los 2.52, y ahí es donde esperarías de ahí a los 2.40 un rebote. De no encontrar ese rebote, tu promedio del 55 está justamente acá en los 2.22, y el del 100 está en los 1.75 o el 88.3% en el 1.90. 5 días tienes volatilidad preparando un movimiento agresivo. Prepárense, apúntenlo. Volatilidad está contrayendo, el promedio de la volatilidad está contrayendo en lo que la volatilidad empieza a apuntar para arriba con fuerza. Vamos a mantener un ojo acá. Esto va a cerrar literalmente en 1 día y 8 horas antes de la de la de 2 semanas, la semanal, etcétera. Así que tengan un ojo bien pelado acá. Esto puede ser que nos diga el principio de a dónde vamos. De perder los 2.69 acá, que es el promedio del 34, deberíamos ir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 2.63 y de no aguantar a los 2.44. Más bien 2.40, que sería el 61.8%. Perdiendo este 2.40 y además teniendo expansión de volatilidad, yo me prepararía para decir que esto ya se cocinó. Diaria tiene expansión de volatilidad. Esta expansión de volatilidad tiene varios puntos y todos estos puntos literalmente nos ha mandado solamente de lado. Por ahora, lo que estoy viendo yo en la diaria, que se me hace muy importante, es justamente esto. Estás perdiendo el promedio del 100 una vez más. Aquí solamente cerraste una vez por debajo de. Aquí tienes 1, 2. Este va a ser tu tercer cierre de no poder subir de los 2.83. Lo que quieres ver son cierres por encima de 2.85 acá, si eres alcista primero, y luego por encima de esta línea. ¿Ok? Y ahora se los voy a dejar más fácil para que lo puedan ver completamente. XRP viene en una tendencia bajista diaria. Estos bajos son más bajos que estos. Estos altos, como sea, son más altos que los pasados. Pero al estar cayendo después de haber reventado esta línea de resistencia y venir a apoyarte instantáneamente luego, tiene más cara que esto podría ser un S&P. Aquí tienes tu SMA 200, tu promedio de las 200 sesiones, que es la parte media del rango que estamos usando. Si eres bajista, quieres simplemente continuar cerrando abajo de los 2.83. Si eres alcista, quieres empezar a cerrar por encima de los 2.83. Y una vez que cierres por arriba de los 2.83 siendo alcista, quieres ver cierres por arriba de 2.90 y después llevarte este máximo, este alto, en 2.99. Ya que te lleves estos 2.99, podrías empezar a soñar para arriba. Pero por ahora, esto tiene más pinta bajista que alcista y la pregunta va a ser, ¿dónde vamos a encontrar ese suelo, no? Esa es literalmente la pregunta. Y la cosa es, de perder los 2.40 a la baja, puedes despedirte de esto y tiene cara de que mínimo tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 2.20 y de los 2.20 puedes imaginarte 1.90, etcétera. Así que no quieres perder este SMA 200. Es lo que quieres que aguante. Y ya lo has perdido en la diaria, ¿cuántas veces? Desde la subida del retesteo alcista tuviste que fue básicamente un periodo nada más, lo perdiste en un periodo, que quede claro. Tienes el flashazo, cerraste por debajo y luego cerraste por arriba, ¿ok? De acá lo perdiste 1, 2 y de ahí caíste. Y eso te llevó a los 1.90. Bien, pero esas fueron varias sesiones por debajo. Puedes ver que más repetidamente se está dando el regresar. Si te llegas a llevar el SMA 200 a la baja, esto no va a ser tan un SFP a la baja. Esto podría correr el riesgo de simplemente llevarte más para abajo y regresar el movimiento de XRP tradicional, regresar a los 80 centavos y ahí continuar haciendo sus mamadas por otros 7 años, esperando a todos los miembros de la comunidad que salgan otra vez. Así que 2.83, si eres alcista es lo primero que quieres, 2.90 es lo siguiente y luego llevarte este máximo por acá, este alto en los 3. Si eres bajista, lo único que quieres ver es cierres por debajo de 2.83 y de ahí llevarte los 2.55. Llévate los 2.55 para abajo y pierde los 2.40 y nos vamos a la verga. Todos juntos y de la mano, ¿ok? Vale, eso es XRP. Take two.
Nice. Let's see here. It's pretty nice, this chart. I was looking at it on the monthly. It's a pretty clean chart. You're just trading it. I mean, the volatility is there, and also it's very well respects the levels. We were actually gauging in August a move back to the monthly 9. Just seemed to make sense to me, specifically when we saw a massive deviation down. This zone right in that $238 to $241 is still major resistance we formed on the May high. Now, it's going to be really crucial to watch the reaction because for me now in 4 days, you're about to get a massive close. You know, you're in the midst of a new high. And you're specifically about to close above all previous highs, essentially the rejection highs. That's bullish. That's exactly what you want to see for continuation. Now, if Take Two can just close at this spot, I'll be looking at that as very bullish in October. Specifically, if you can get any monthly close above June's high, That to me will be a continuation sign. Until then, though, we want to be watching the zone very carefully. 4 days is still a long time. Anything can happen. What bulls don't want is a wick high rejection leading to a closure back under 238 bucks. Good quarterly, right? It just kind of screams continuation. You got the quarterly close. This closed at $242. You're about to get another one. Again, as long as you stay above that 238, it's going to be bullish. You very easily can see continuation into October, November, and December. You even see here the HPDR next target. These will shift, but for current point of view, next target is at $263. Curious what the bi-monthly is. You're pressing right at that 61.8%. Even so, you see a major move up to 78.6% at 282. 260 to 282. Interesting. Avoiding a breakdown. Just looks like a throwback. Support is support until proven otherwise. Using a previous all-time high as support is the definition of bullish. It's exactly what you want to see. You also have an easy area where you're wrong, right? This bi-monthly low should act as the higher low. If we go now to the monthly, very easy. It's August low should hold, essentially. You need to see August low hold. You get the higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. You even have that median at 234. All eyes on that median. If it shifts anywhere around 240, just gives argument to continuation into October. The chart's very bullish, though. It's very easy. That's really all I gathered when looking at it on the higher time frame. It's very easy. It's very bullish, and the volatility's there. Something, it's good we're watching, because even to the downside, it can be pretty easy. Now, you're just in the midst of a breakout. Really nothing of concern here. Potentially all eyes on this weekly. Could just form a doji. Just, nothing of concern specifically when you have a weekly EMA 9 retest. This is the reaction you'd want to see. Bullish continuation is going to just continue. You have weekly volatility supporting this idea, possibly in the next week into October. Easily can just keep, moving up. And why I keep saying this is if you're like aggressively shorting, maybe you're using your stop here. I wouldn't do that, but some people do. This just can be a sobering perspective where as long as you're staying above 240, really can't be bearish. I mean, you just can't. And specifically when you get monthly, quarterly, back above that, it just really solidifies the bullish case. Let's see the daily. Daily had a minor trend shift. So, from this low, bulls are just watching for the daily 9 to get reclaimed today. We've seen nice reactions once that does occur. Consolidation leads to expansion. You need to reclaim the daily 9. This low ideally holds. Only objective now is just to make a new high. Again, just playing into the idea of bulls want continuation here. Because the daily did trend shift. And so when you see something like that, you're just paying attention to this high very carefully. We can just draw it accurately. This high. So if you reclaim the daily 9, most likely going to move up. And then this is where it becomes interesting because, right, if you start moving down aggressively, okay, well, maybe daily trend is going to play down. All eyes on this zone, start deviating 240 to 238. Yeah, you can make an argument then to test the daily EMA 100, which hasn't been tested since you reclaimed it here. You almost tested it, but it did not. From 240, what move would that be? About 3.6%. So nothing crazy. What was this move from wick high to wick low? 6%. Yeah, so that's not a crazy move. And again, it would just be very logical. And even on the daily, it's been honestly a nice perspective. Okay, are we near the daily EMA 100? Yes, we are. Okay, let me watch. Reactions down. All eyes on next support. Okay, we've just reclaimed it. Probably shouldn't aggressively short this. So same idea. You just want to be kept in check as long as you're above, specifically the EMA 100. It's a big zone for any chart. You can use the 9 to 21 to 34 to gauge reactions to it, or if you're just in bullish continuation. And that is why today, getting back above the 9 will be really key to play into this idea that, yeah, into October, into next week, essentially, you can't just have continuation. It can just be that simple. Daily can be in a downtrend, and let's just real quickly go here. While weekly could just be, this could just be a higher low potentially. We just won't know until we know. Playing into maybe a bear trap. Bear traps are nice. It's like, on daily or lower time frame trend shifts, but then the macro is still up. They're then supporting bull's idea, using shorts to fuel the move up. You also notice here 2-week volatility is, printing a setup, something to watch, specifically when you're in this region and you want continuation. Bulls have the volatility supporting a major move, even if they're in the midst of a new high. The idea is that weekly volatility price keeps, consolidating above 240 while weekly volatility keeps going up, giving us a scenario where you just move up, and then this bleeds into the 2-week and so forth. Let's see here, the weekly January. Check the 2-week real quick. So the 2-week it takes last time it took a while for it to fire off. That is something to note, because I was watching the weekly maybe domino effect into the 2-week here. But you can see in that region, it just actually took a minute. And it did actually fire off bullish. A 34% move. It's not bad. $163, just assuming, right? You get another 34% move around the 330. Interesting. I mean, is that totally crazy when a chart looks like this? Not really. This is very bullish, and that's why I was surprised. I don't know what they're doing, I guess software, but yeah, very bullish chart. I mean, it's hard to make an argument for the bear case. I mean, they wanted this deviation to hold, rejection to 238, but then you just have that massive bi-monthly 9 all the way moved up here to 200. So it's just heavily supported, I mean, truly. So really, in summary, you're just now watching 240. You want the higher time frame closings like the monthly, the quarterly to actually, secure that. You close above 240, and specifically June 2nd's high, that'll be a great sign of continuation for me into October. I'm watching 260 to 280, possibly. It's like a big range, but still that region, which still means that you just simply hold 240, you get a new all-time high. That's just the easiest way to put it. And really, in all realness, that is just how the chart looks. Today, you're watching the daily 9 to get reclaimed. If the daily EMA 9 can get reclaimed, consolidation above that is bullish. You're then just gearing up for an all-time high break. Daily trend did shift down. You had higher lows, higher high, higher lows, higher highs. So this took it all, this shifted trend. So that is why if you're bullish, the only objective now is to take the high out on the daily. And that'll just play really nicely into the quarterly, just closing above its last quarterly high. Whenever you see a higher time frame close above its last all-time high, it's generally just a good continuation sign. So keep watching that. This is a very bullish candle. I mean, imagine being a short, got 240, shorted down, you're happy, and it just led to this candle that's not closing in 4 days. A lot of fuel left here, which makes just an argument on why these lows may not be tested again. If you do see these lows be tested, watch out for that, weeks, viewing that on the monthly, that is the higher low spot. You have a very easy area. This is on the monthly, right? So if you then, let's say in 4 days, sell off, go under 240, and then actually start breaking August 1st low, yeah, that'll be my signs of, yeah, this is possibly topped. But until then, you're just looking for this and then continuation.
Thank you, senor. I was muted, of course, like a total fucking idiot. MPW.
Sweet.
Thank you. Wait, do you? No, yeah, it is. God, this StreamYard sucks. It's crazy.
StreamYard with laggy, shitty trading view.
Yeah. It's a great combination, no?
Oh, wow. So your chart, you have like a 330 move.
338.
I said that, and I'm like, I don't know where that could come about. You have volatility, but you actually have a setup taking you there. So that's great confluence, actually. Because that was the last 2-week measurement of the volatility setup. Fired off, you went up about 34%. Took you around that 330 area. So
that'd be crazy. But it's going to happen. Just based on the pattern, right? It should. You already did the hardest part, which was after the consolidation right here, broke into the next level up, retested it already in a bullish retest and heading up. So it should be the easy part now. Let's see.
I think it comes in October. Get that monthly above 240 and you just get continuation. That's all the chart was screaming to me, though, in all time frames. Just going to get continuation.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of confluence in the analysis because I copied your analysis from a long time ago. So,
okay, that shirt's nice.
Thank you, senor. So, MPW is next for you.
Okay, perfect.
Rapidísimo, vamos a hacer Take Two. Está en putiza. Ya habíamos visto esto. Para la gente que no está familiarizada, este patrón es un patrón de taza y agarradera. ¿Ok? Perdón. Estoy pero pendejo. Este patrón es de taza y agarradera. Lo pueden ver, la agarradera hasta acá y después tienes ya por fin el breakout. Esta línea meme es la zona del breakout. Me voy a acercar más para que lo puedan ver, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿por qué pongo este objetivo? Porque de donde empieza la parte alta de la taza al punto más bajo, este es un movimiento medido que te debe de dar. Y el punto son los 338. Esto es la diaria. Estamos muy por encima de todos los promedios, estamos fuerte, pero voy a empezar con la altas temporalidades para que lo puedan ver clarito. Es más sencillo verlo así, honestamente. Pueden ver que estamos por encima de todos los promedios están perfectamente en orden, tenemos expansión de volatilidad, la volatilidad continúa expandiendo el punto más bajo en toda la historia de la tabla y esto te debería de llevar literalmente a estos 338, siempre y cuando continúe expandiendo. Para cerrar esta vela va a ser el próximo fin de semana, en 4 días y 3 horas, el próximo viernes. Y esto nos va a decir a dónde vamos. Por ahora, cerrando por encima de la pasada, continúa la tendencia alcista con fuerza en ese camino a los $338. Pero Alejandro, ¿puede corregir? Vamos a ver, tío. Pues ahora veremos. 8 de la mañana Putin viene a violarse a tu madre. Tocamos la media, fuimos a la parte alta de la zona azul, todavía no llegamos. Queremos ver 263 para arriba, 264. 264 para arriba nos pone ya en los 288 y si podemos romper los 288, 354, que es arriba de mi línea meme, de lo que les firmé que iba a ocurrir. Mensual, tienes expansión de volatilidad ante todo este movimiento a la alza y ahora tienes algo de contracción. Nada de que escribirle a Santa Claus en tu carta, estando por arriba de los 234, que es justamente donde está la media, el promedio del 5 y más o menos cerca del promedio del 9, deberíamos de ir a la parte alta de la zona azul con más probabilidades. Y eso quiere decir que en 4 días y 3 horas el próximo viernes vamos a saber si vamos a venir a estos 266 para después ir a buscar estos 295 o no. Cualquier corrección hasta los 223 sería normal. No me pondría loca. Ahora, si llegas a cerrar en los 223, esto se convierte en una vela topera, porque abre la vela acá. Eso quiere decir que el cuerpo de la vela quedaría aquí con esto, y eso podría hacerme cambiar de opinión, pero por ahora no hay nada de esa señal, así que esto sería tal vez un sueño mojado para aquellos que quieren agregar a su posición. 2 semanas. 2 semanas, pues nos está rechazando la media. Atentos, habíamos perdido la media en la de 2 semanas la última vez en octubre del 2024 y empezó cuando en febrero del 2024. Y esto nos lleva a una corrección pequeña, no tan loca, de cuándo perdimos la media acá. Entonces, de la vela antes de perder la media de la parte alta al fondo, fue una corrección de 21%. Ahora, perdiste la media acá, de la parte alta a donde estuvo, 10%, 11%, yo diría que estás en línea. Lo que estás buscando es poder romper los 253 a la alza. Estás por encima de tu promedio del 9 por acá, que se encuentra en los 235, y también el promedio del 5, que por fin está por encima del promedio del 9, lo que me dice que hay fuerza en esto, en los 236.21. Esto me pondría a pensar 254 a romper a la alza va a ser el inicio de la cascada alcista para el precio de esto. Además de que tienes un setup de volatilidad por debajo del 15% en la de 2 semanas que debería ser potente. Vaya, semanal, tíos, tienen expansión de volatilidad ante esta vela y esto hace una expansión de volatilidad hasta acá de subidongo, perfecto, y todavía tiene bastante espacio para continuar subiendo. Todavía no se da la vuelta. Siguiente objetivo, apoyándonos ahorita en el 61.8%, debería ser la parte alta del mismo en 263. Ya ahí estamos en camino a los 290, etcétera. Diaria también nos pinta, tenemos un setup de volatilidad de uno de los puntos más bajos de toda la historia en la tabla. Esto quiere decir que va a haber un movimiento agresivo una vez que se dé. Lo que hemos visto en la diaria es un poco de acción bajista, pero ya veniste a retestar el promedio del 34 y esto lo hiciste en septiembre la última vez. ¿Cuándo en septiembre? El 2 de septiembre. Han pasado ni siquiera un mes y lo vienes a retestar otra vez. Esto podría decirnos que hay debilidad en cuanto a la diaria. Y probablemente tengamos la mayor oportunidad de agregar a la posición en los 2.44 a 2.41. Y de ahí deberíamos de verlo para arriba. Esto se ve muy, muy, muy alcista. Muy, 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 muy putamente alcista. Lo que yo esperaría acá, si soy alcista, es sencillo. Simplemente cerrar por arriba de mi promedio del 9 diario en los 2.48. 2.48.86, digamos 2.49. Primero, sería el primer objetivo, 2.49 a la alza si soy alcista. Y a la baja lo que quieres hacer es simplemente llevarte los 2.42. La oportunidad ideal para agregar a la posición o abrir un long acá serían los 2.44. Y de llevarte este mínimo de acá, esto cambiaría de opinión y empezaríamos a voltear a ver los setups de volatilidad que hay. Pero por ahora esto se ve súper alcista. Tienes alto, espérame, ¿cuánto es la corrección que ya dio del alto al bajo en días? Un 6%, esa es una corrección gigantesca que dio en días. Pero tienes esta vela topera, follow through, y para poder cancelar esto tienes que estar por encima de los $255. 2.55 debería ser tu objetivo. Primero quieres cerrar arriba de 2.49 y mantenerlo y no ver la mensual cerrar por debajo de los 2.44. Así que ahí tienen Take Two. Bastante fácil. All right, Mr. Farjano. We are going with, what the fuck? With FFI AI.
Alrighty. So I kind of was expecting this to play out when we mentioned on the last live stream we were approaching that 100%, and it was very unlikely we were going to go above that in probable area for a rejection. But I did not expect this much of a move down that quickly. If you go to the weekly candle, this is all the way down from like 170s, high 170s to where we are now in one weekly candle. 21% down in one weekly candle. Beautiful. Is this a stock or a shitcoin? I guess both.
Both.
And now that we are getting that rejection from that 100%, we are slightly below the 78.6%. And if we do get a close below the 78.6% level at $1.42, that's what's going to give us a nice little dump ski down to somewhere around this 38.2%. The 38.2% is the area where price likes to bounce from on these heavy downtrends. Like, it's not really bounce, but rest around on its way to the downside. And 38.2% is significantly lower than where we are right now. It's sitting at a very nice number of 69 cents. That is more than 50% down from where we are right now. That's like exactly 50%. My bad. Somewhere around 50% down from where we are as of this moment. Likely not going to be a straight line, and we're going to get more targets in between as we go down. When we go to the monthly, momentum is now starting to shift back down from around that 100% zone, getting below the moving average, and volatility is now starting to contract. Let's go into the 2 week. 2 week is now back below the bullish control zone. Volatility is approaching extreme lows, sitting at 30% right now. And the 2 week has lost the buy signal on the jewel, shifted into a neutral. And we are now getting below the 38.2%. This is a pretty harsh rejection right here. And if we do close below this 38.2%, probabilities are we're going to come back to somewhere around the bottom 38.2%, which is going to ever so slightly rise. Right now, it's sitting at 60 cents. It'd be interesting to see this rise up to 69 cents when line up with that previous target. But even a move to the median is significantly lower than where we are right now. The median is sitting at 96 cents. So that would be like a almost 30% drop just to come to the median. It's not looking good, brubs. We'll go into the weekly. Weekly is also once again starting to shift back down, rejection of the neutral zone, with volatility freshly going into an expansion state, and you're about to lose your 38.2%. Closing below the 38.2% is going to give you one of these moves here. Let's show you right here, where you just steadily go to the downside with zero bounces in between. And when we lost the 38.2%, it was right over here. We went all the way down to the 88.3%. Right now, that 88.3% sits at, what do you know, about 62, 63 cents. Lots of things lining up to the 60-cent zone. I think this thing would be delisted if it was trading at 60 cents.
Oh, man. And fucking volatility is expanding to the downside on the daily.
Well, it's not like their company is a scam or anything.
No, absolutely not.
5 days now, very close to entering into the bearish control zone. Volatility on the 5 days now expanding, and we're very close to losing the 38.2% on the 5 day also. Once all of these start lining up, it's pretty much a given that we're going to drop below $1. Let's go to 2 days. 2 days now also about to freshly flip to the downside with volatility about to go into expansion. With the hopium is we can get somewhat of a bounce of this 38.2% at $1.30. It's just extremely unlikely, and more likely you're going to be approaching that 96-cent zone. Daily is now confirming that with now entering into the bearish control zone with volatility now expanding and a fresh sell signal on the jewel. Stop fucking calling me. And the daily is now about to lose the 38.2%, and we're below the 50% also. Not really getting any sign of a bounce so far. And losing this 50% brings you down to somewhere around this 88.3%, which is right around that $1 psychological figure. Likely a little bit lower to tap that median at 93 cents. 4 hour also freshly flipping back into the bearish control zone with volatility now expanding, and there is no possibility of bullish divergence because you are making lower lows on momentum. And this 1 4-hour candle is bringing you down from 38.2% all the way down below the 61.8%. I'm interested. How much of a drop is this in 1 4-hour candle? 10% on a stock on 1 4-hour candle. Wow. I guess the Saudis are selling. No more buying. If we close below the 61.8% at around $1.40, brings us to a little bit of a bounce around like 120, but eventually down towards $1. Let's go into RSI. I think they need to add another AI into their name. That'll do it.
No, quantum.
Quantum AI, yeah.
I gotta say, can I just say the people like going crazy over the quantum computing that don't understand anything about quantum computing are my favorite people in the world, because when quantum computing is here, there's no need for money anymore.
They're the ones who are like, yeah, well, what are you gonna do with your Bitcoin when the quantum computers can
It's
hack
irrelevant. There's no money needed at that point because quantum computers are gods.
It's a desperate own attempt.
It's fucking amazing.
Let's see. Higher low. And do we have a lower low yet? This low is, no, not yet, so there's no bullish divergence possible. Take this one here. This one is at, actually reduce this one. It's at about 9.99 cents. And as of this moment, no, we have not. I thought there was some bullish divergence. Nope, couldn't find that hopium for you fellas. 2-week fresh hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about $3.05, actually about $2.96. And your next, you've already hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average and the neutral zone. Your next target is going to be the bearish control zone. With volatility expanding at only at 38%, kind of likely you're going to go to that bearish control zone. And that level sits right now at, oh, well, that's a little scary number. This will update, but it's sitting at 20 cents. Let's go ahead and say that will update. At least I hope it does. Actually, never mind. I hope it doesn't. I hope it stays at 20 cents. Weekly, any divergence on that? Nope. 5 days, same look as the weekly. Bearish divergence on the 3-day. You're already within the bearish control zone. The critical zone would be, oh, right now it's impossible. 2-day also has bearish divergence, already in the critical zone. Nothing. 4-hour has many drives of hitting bearish divergence, with one just confirmed, and you are about to hit the critical zone. Critical zone is right now at $1.27. Let's see what we're at on the RSI. We're at 23. Let's change that to 20 and see what the critical zone goes to. Uh, 27. So let's put that at like 18. And the critical zone is now about $1.18. Set it to 15. Where is it? I'm blind. Oh, $1. Just keep changing the numbers, the settings until it fits. Reset.
Good job.
There we go. But there is a reason I'm looking for that not exactly $1.93, slightly lower than $1. That's because it's that median. 2-hour also has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This one will be active as long as you're closing below about $1.51. You're also already in the critical zone, so basically only like $1.18 to $1 would be the next zone. Let's go into the momentum. Monthly momentum is flipped to the upside with volatility almost fully contracted now, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 84 cents. And you're so far in that critical zone, it's crazy. All the way down to like 2 to 3. It's going to be within the bearish control zone as long as it's below about 20, and you're all the way sitting at like 3. That's crazy. And volatility is now contracting on this move to the upside. 2-week is currently freshly flipping to the downside with volatility expanding. Oh,
Bless you.
I'm getting a choke. Okay.
Oh.
Let me get a sip. My throat was a little dry. All right, there we go. Now, 2-week is freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, with volatility expanding from the lowest level ever. That's not a very bullish setup right there. And we're going to be pointed down as long as we're trading closing below about $2. Rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone usually brings you at a minimum down to the bottom of the critical zone. So that would be probably 2 to 3 more candles of downside price action. And this is a 2-week chart, so that would put you at like, what, a month and a half to 2 months? Weekly also flipped to the downside, rejecting the bearish control zone. I mean the bullish control zone, and it's going to be pointed down as long as it's trading closing below 268. Then Faraday Future had an opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. 5-day also flips to the downside. Volatility now getting into an expansion phase, or very close to it, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 268. 2-day also freshly flipped to the downside, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 146. Daily, it's also freshly flipped down with volatility now expanding from extreme lows. And it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $1.50. And even the 4 hour is freshly flipped down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. And it's going to be flipped down with volatility expansion as long as you're closing below $1.48. 2 hour also freshly flipped down, volatility expansion from extreme lows. And it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $1.43. Go up, weekly, monthly. All right. This thing on the high time frames looks absolute dog shit. The only reason why it even looks like this right now is because I switched it to the logarithmic view. Let's take out logarithmic and go back to the regular and see what it looks like then. Yeah, it's so small you can't even see the candles. You got to switch it to logarithmic to be able to see anything. This is just complete dog shit on the high time frames. It can't make its way above the 5 EMA. The biggest struggle in this thing's life is this 5 EMA, this red line right here. Every time it goes there, it just dumps. Let's take this test of the 5 EMA, dump 88%. And isn't that crazy? You were down 88%, like 129,000% from here.
Imagine.
You would have to go up 129,000% just to be where you were at when you were down 88%.
Wow.
This is the problem with losing money whenever you trade, is that whenever you lose money, you just got to make that much more to make it back.
Well, that and the fact that people see something and they're so used to like the buy the dip mentality without understanding what companies they're investing in. Like it really matters that the company that you're investing has to have like a base. You know what I mean? Like if you're investing in Fisker as it's going down, then you're an idiot because there's no base. If you're doing that on Tesla, for example, you're good because Tesla's not going to go to zero.
Yeah, and then like companies like this where people want to play the hero and say that, oh, I'm going to catch the bottom, and it just goes down another 88%, and then you need to, and then another 88%, and then another 88%, and then another 88%. Let me see.
Yeah, it takes all of your money away.
Fabo is probably on the in the behind the fridge in his little compartment. So that 5 EMA every single time gives you insane dumps. Let's take it from this one. This was another 80% dumps. I think that's the standard. 80% from this 5 EMA. This one is a little more than 80%. About 99.99%. Not bad. Another 95%. So if you were to just, for funsies, take 80% from here, I'll be generous. Brings us to about 42 cents. I wonder what 60 cents would bring us to. About 66%. 66, 65%. A very tranquilo number compared to the numbers that we just looked at right now. But momentum is pointing up on the monthly. I wouldn't really look at that as very much other than a bearish retest, which is looking like it's already played out now. Volatility is now fully reset, ready for another 90% move to the downside from here, with volatility now way lower than it was on every single one of these previous dumps. And even when you come all the way down to the low time frames, momentum is flipped to the downside, so it doesn't look like you're going to get much of a bounce, if any at all. And there's no possibility for bullish divergence either, so nothing really telling you that you're going to get a reversal or even a mean reversion bounce from here. The area that I have below here is somewhere around $1.20 for your first maybe mean reversion bounce, and then below there would be on that dollar psychological figure, and then the that median around 93 cents, and then below there is around 60 to 69 cents. And the invalidation right now is going to be basically getting a, let's go here, let's say a takeover about $4.46, or a weekly close over about $3. Either one of those two things are then likely going to come up higher and test somewhere around 34, 30. God, that's fucking hilarious to say. $34, $35. That would be the 21 EMA. Extremely unlikely to happen, and more likely you're going to go under $1.
God damn. I'll be super quick so that Alex can get it in real quick. That's what she said.
Let me try to find Fibo.
I'll get it in quick. This is it. Oh, wait, no.
Ok, estamos viendo FFAI, que esta es una empresa de coches eléctricas que no tiene ningún coche eléctrico, pero ahora también tiene el nombre de AI y por ende se volvió una acción de meme, donde hasta el tío Salo entró con $100 que ahora son creo que 80. Así es, una de esas estupideces, ¿no? Pueden ver que habíamos hecho techo en los $199,000 y en este momento estamos cotizando solamente en $1.37. No estoy mamando cuando digo eso. Esto es $199,000 y aquí abajo estamos en $1.37. Es la tabla que simplemente continúa y continúa y continúa cayendo. Lo pueden ver en la trimestral. Los voy a llevar rápido a la semanal para llegar rápido a esto porque es una de esas tablas que no tiene sentido porque son acciones de meme, brother. Es lo nuevo, brother. Brother, por favor, invierte en esta acción de meme, te lo ruego. Eh, Puta madre, es que no llegas al fondo del fondo. Aquí lo tienen. Básicamente habíamos visto que esto le estaba dando a la gente la idea y todavía me imagino que se le está dando de que estamos viendo un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Ahora, para poder romper esto, tienes que pasar básicamente esto. Lo voy a hacer bien para que lo tengan acá medido, ¿ok? La cosa es, todo está apuntando para abajo, damas y caballeros. Básicamente, para poder reventar donde estás, tienes que subir primero, reventar los 361 y luego los 448 con cualquier cierre semanal arriba de los $3. En la diaria, y esto es lo que se ve de la verga, es, habías ganado y retomado el promedio de los 200, lo retesteaste, no te empujó nada para arriba y lo estás perdiendo. No nada más lo estás perdiendo, ya te llevaste estos mínimos, estás a punto de llevarte este en el 1.35 y eso dice que una vez que estés por debajo del 1.14, esto se va a ir a los mínimos. Además, tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída. Entonces, simple. Lo único que tienes que hacer es no intentar comprar este fondo porque cada que la gente ha intentado comprar un fondo en esta cosa, el precio cae 88% en promedio. 88%. No estoy mamando, es lo que cae en promedio esto cuando es bajista. Y esto quiere decir que probablemente vayamos a ver estos mínimos de nuevo en los 80 y tantos centavos y si nos lo llevamos, básicamente probablemente los 60 centavos sea lo que sigue. Por ahora, quiere ser tener, por alguna razón, creer que esto es alcista, tienes que empezar a cerrar por encima, pero ya, porque este va a ser tu segundo cierre diario. Encima del 1.61, estás en 1.38 en este momento. Si no te da este cierre y el de lunes también está por debajo del SMA 200, vas a los 80 centavos. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. FFAI. Alrighty, sir. MPW, right?
Yeah. MPW. Let's see here. So off the bat, I just see consistent lower highs on the monthly. It's in a tricky spot because you're just grinding right up against resistance. Resistance for us is right at $5. Nice psychological number. And then you also have like an extremity high spot at $5.45, or just using your monthly EMA 21, which has been the spot that likes to reject. Now, this has been in a pretty solid bear market, and you finally have some kind of price action that's not just going straight down. For me, it's almost looking like a bear flag's forming. I'll draw that better. In this sense, right? Just consistent lower highs. Yes, you're in a range, you're chopping, but these more often than not break to the downside. And it's not like we've seen these channels form before. I even have this drawn here on the monthly. It's going to be really crucial for me to watch the monthly candle. You need $5 reclaim, simply. If you can get $5 reclaim, you'll have an easy move up to $5.50, where that's going to be the big spot. Getting back above $5.50 could open up the door potentially to moving all the way up to $7, if not all the way to my next meme line at $7.62. And that's a big spot. We were holding it on, a few quarterly closures. So if you rally up to that $7.50 region, you should be gauging that as a massive zone of resistance. Now, it hasn't proven to you that it's resistance. You haven't actually tested it. So you need to be watching that extremely carefully. And not only, would you have a meme line, we have a bi-monthly EMA 21, which, mind you, this entire bear market, you've just been under the bi-monthly 9. So, okay, you got the chop, you got the reclaim. So you do see bulls are trying to pick up here. But that's why I think it's wise to be using the $5.45 as kind of your line in the sand for a breakout. You could use $5, but using $5 doesn't make sense to me. You're still under the major moving average, which is the 9. And most importantly, you do see this can easily form wick high rejections. Now, the weekly plays in nicely. You just simply need to hold $5. $5 can easily get you up to around that $5.40 region. Now, the weekly EMA 100 sitting at $5.69 for the culture. You also notice that the last major rejection came almost off the top of the EMA 100. You formed a nice evening star before continuation. So this perspective at least just can tell you, if you do start consolidating and as EMA 100 moves more down and matches closer to $5.40, you need to just be watching that very carefully. Because off $5.40, you've seen pretty big rejections occur. Like the most recent one, if we just measure this simply led to a 27% move down. Pretty aggressive, honestly. And it's not surprising when a chart looks like this, when you're this far away from a monthly EMA 100, and you've just been trailing the monthly 9 as resistance the whole way. It's a pretty weak chart. Doesn't mean that bulls can't quickly get back in control, but if you're even going to make that argument, $5.50 will be the spot. Then maybe you can go up to the major resistance, possibly, we don't know, major support, that possibly is going to be flipped into resistance. But then you get your major move down. Now, I'm actually curious to see. Oh, wow. So you even are at the extremes on the 5-day. You see the 97.5% right at $5.41. So, again, just more reason not to get bullish in this range here. This is not a good range to get bullish. Rather, you do see just massive deviation. So let's just instead get the opposite of that. Let's break out. Let's consolidate. Let's do something we haven't been able to do in this entire range, which is just simply consolidate above $5.40. You don't want the spur of the moves up to resistance, just consolidation. Logically, we'll start moving the moving averages more down, giving bulls maybe a footing. So you even see the monthly still on a breakdown, 38.2% right at $5.34. So again, just a good spot, which is that monthly 21 to be gauging. You have a lot of confluence in that $5.40. In the extremes, we'll turn the rainbow chart off. 2 days, potentially trying to break down. Now, we can't call this a breakdown while you're above all major moving averages. So if you're trying to short this, what's an easy gauge to know if we're breaking down? Just simply wait for the EMA 100 and also SMA 200 to get lost. That was also, that's when the easy trade started for shorts. First, you lost the EMA 100, rejected down, lost the SMA 200. So if maybe you missed the EMA 100 short, you had another opportunity to get the SMA 200, which then worked out. So yes, it is trying to break down in quotation marks, but aggressive shorting is being had here. There's no reason. Might as well just wait for a little bit more, and then you can get more confluence. Because if you're just scaling shorts, you perhaps are going to feel this breakout, get a bullish reclaim at $5, and then you'll start moving up to $5.40. Which I'm curious, how big is this range? About 9%. So similar to, well, let me see. Trying to get like an environment where, I could say this, but you weren't above the 100. So it really hasn't been an occurrence on the daily where you're above all major moving averages. Other than here. You got a green dildo, and you just slowly moved up. Right, and follow through seems like it's very hard for this chart to get. You can have big moves up, but it's like here. We should have just moved up higher low, higher high up to $7.50 before rolling over. Here, you should have just reclaimed and held the SMA 200 before rolling over. And I can just use the most recent example at $5.40. It's just all about follow through. Can it just stop, consolidate, and hold? That's what's really hard with this chart for some reason. Just can't keep it up. So in summary, for me, $5 remains a big spot. You're watching $5.40 as like your breakout zone. You ideally want just consolidation above $5, logically leading to the weekly EMA 100 to step more down. For the culture, currently it's at $5.69. Easily can move down, but in order for that to occur, you're just going to need to just chill here for a little bit. Now, this chart can afford a pullback at this current spot. It's a lot trickier, though, because if you start closing weeklies back under 5, yeah, you can make the argument to test the 9, but you're just right under resistance. So ideally, this chart has volatility. Today, you don't lose $5. Next week, you get a swipe down, you get a buyback, and you just consolidate, leading to a nice, buyback wick, trapped longs, trap shorts, that then fuel the move up to the $5 region. $5.40 remains my big zone. I need to see that actually get reclaimed. And a good point of reference is just the weekly EMA 100. Because what if you get back above 540 and you stay under the weekly EMA 100? Which is not a good environment. So if we can get both reclaimed, it'll be great confluence to make a busting action move to $7, which honestly is a pretty big move. You're talking about like a 35 to 38% move up. So whenever you get those kind of setups that are just like you're consolidating within a range and you're still under resistance, there's really no point to pre-position that. You can just wait. So that's what we'll do. We'll just simply wait. 540 is the spot. Once you get back above that, you need to hold it, because each and every time you deviate 540, well, it just leads to breakdowns. And so we don't want that. We want the counter opposite of that, just a reclaim, consolidation to a breakout. Something this chart isn't too much familiar with, but maybe things can change.
It's also very weird when you put it on the monthly. The last 2 peaks were bottoms in the market. No. Like high up, dude.
Right.
On the monthly.
So here's
high up. Like, look at all the chart. Like those 2. Yeah, exactly. Those 2 tops, like February 2020, it's before the pandemic, which is very weird that he peaked right before. And then the other one is the one up here is January 2022, which was also, January 22nd was the top of the market. And then he dropped. It's just interesting.
Then it dropped bigly. So it is interesting. And I mean, really from 2022, it just
down.
Hasn't done anything. And like you can see the difference here, but these channels more often than not don't complete to be bullish. Like they don't end up being bullish. Can quickly be bullish. You can quickly, I see that visually on the monthly, take the 21 out, reclaim, and then just simply take out. Honestly, I'll use March 3rd's high. If you can take March 3rd's high out, should be good to go to a breakout to $7. But then, I mean, that's the issue with these charts. When they're so sold down, it's like even just getting back above $7. First, you need a major move. Like you need to move up 58%. Cool, you get that. You need follow through. You need volatility to support that. And then on top of all that, you need this not to be a bearish retest, which simply it could be. Take out all of the shorts, come up, bearish retest, and let's see on the macro what that would form. Like the high. So just be like a 6-month lower high, potentially, right at the 6-month EMA 9. Last time you tested that 6-month 9, was just like the beginnings of a major collapse. You haven't tested it since. So, you know, I think this can easily bounce from this spot. It's just, can we get back above $7? Even here on the 6 month, this is pretty nice on the 6 month. It's just like, okay, you're at the bounce zone. We see that. We also see, yeah, once this got back above $7, it just went up. So let's just wait for that. Until then, it's just kind of in a weird spot where you just could do this and then go to negative. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, that's all I have.
Yeah. It's also real estate for medical properties. So, like, I don't know how they're going to do. Good luck to everyone in that category. Anything, boys, before you go? Because happy Friday. It's about time to go enjoy out there.
Yeah, no, nothing for me. Just watch the trading alerts. We'll keep buying that daily EMA 100 on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
More often than not, that can provide an easy short or an easy long. So in this case, we've lost it. Want to see the reaction up towards that. Once we get right up to that on Bitcoin, I'm going to be gauging altcoin shorts, looking at ETH and so forth. So we can kind of use Bitcoin, if we understand it might go down now, as a gauge for other things like altcoins. So I'm going to be watching that for the weekend. Maybe we can start going into next week with some shorts. So
perfect. Well, thank you so much, boys.
Yep.
Enjoy your day.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos, and enjoy your weekends.
Hasta luego,
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Have a good one. Ok, damas y caballeros, esto es lo que estamos viendo, MPW. Esto es interesante por varias cosas. Uno, pueden notar acá, esta línea meme justamente en los 750, muy, muy importante. El precio solamente ha estado por debajo en el 2008 al 2009. Este fue el fondo del mercado bajista. ¿No? ¿Se acuerdan de eso? Y esto está en el 2023 hasta ahora. Y tenemos que preguntarnos por qué está actuando igual que en el 2008, 2009, que fue el fondo del mercado cuando todo está hasta arriba. Y ahora no sé si esto va a subir o no, y me imagino que es por esta vista que todo el mundo está diciendo o que alguien está invirtiendo en esto porque, güey, va a volver a subir acá y va a volver a ir a altos históricos. Desde el 2022, enero del 2022, esto ha caído, pero como en precipicio. No hay nada que ver, no hay nada que agregar. Esto es una vista mensual. Tienes literalmente bajos más bajos. Lo único que no has hecho es un bajo más bajo que este de acá. Este bajo todavía lo sigues respetando, pero por nada. Este bajo está en 2.80 y llegaste a los 2.93, para que te des una idea. Y eso es lo que la gente está viendo en este momento, pensando que esto podría ser una de esas entradas antes de que haga un super boom el precio. Pero si nos acercamos más, y los voy a llevar a la semanal en putiza para que lo vean, esta es una tabla que ya tenía pintada. No sé por qué había puesto este rango de esto. Me imagino que no lo puse así. Me imagino que ya lo había tomado. Y esto es lo que creo que va a continuar ocurriendo. Este estilo de chopeo. Me gusta más así. Ok, esto tiene más sentido. Este estilo de chopeo va a continuar en toda la tabla. Espérenme, voy a corregir esto, ponerlo acá, listo. Ok, este chopeo va a continuar, en mi opinión, todavía más. La cosa es, ¿qué es lo primero que tienes que hacer para poder emocionarte de que esto va a comenzar a subir pronto? Puedes ver que una vez que perdiste el promedio del 100, en la línea roja y el morado, te fuiste a la verga. La primera cosa que tienes que recuperar es tu promedio del 100. Desde que caíste en el 2022, no lo has retomado ni una sola vez y apenas si lo tocaste o creo que ni lo tocaste acá. No, en la semanal no lo has tocado. Para mí los 5.69, que es donde está el promedio del 100, es lo que quiero ver, porque no me interesa qué tanto. Por ahora estamos acá y esto es bueno. ¿Por qué? Déjenme quito esto que estaba ilustrando el punto. Estamos por encima de nuestro promedio, el 5, 55, 21, 34, todos, bien, menos los del 100. Los promedios todavía no están en orden, pero el 5 ya subió por encima de estos. Podría ser el primer adelantamiento de las cosas buenas. Yo no me voy a meter acá porque esto podría ser el alto, tranquilamente perder esta zona, venir una vez más a los $4, volver a regresar a los 4.90, etcétera. ¿Cuándo sé que esto va a empezar a reventar? Cuando tenga 3 cierres diarios por encima de esto o un cierre semanal por encima de los 5.69. Es lo que yo estaría viendo. Y ahora, me metería ahí con precaución, tío. Tu invalidación está muy, muy, muy abajo. Y acá tienes esta vela topera con este tope acá en los 640 y por encima los 762, que es la resistencia más potente de toda esta tabla. Para nosotros, tienes que venir, chopear por acá en los 569 para después ir a buscar los 762 y probablemente el S&P 200 en los 9, 10 dólares, que esto va a continuar bajando y probablemente se encuentre con estos 7, 8 para el punto que ya baje. La cosa es, esta es una empresa que tiene, ¿cómo se dice? Que invirtió en propiedades de bienes raíces comerciales para médicos. No, para mí eso era un negociazo antes, no es un negocio ahora. Entonces no sé si esto va a volver a funcionar y por eso siempre les digo, si estás invirtiendo en algo que se ve así, asegúrate, asegúrate que, que sepas que no se va a ir a la verga a cero, ¿no? Es lo único que pido cuando están invirtiendo, no tradeando, invirtiendo. Y más cuando están haciendo este tipo de locuras. Yo no me meto ni a tradear en acciones, yo no me meto a tradear nada que yo no conozca. Y creo que lo mismo debería ocurrir con ustedes. Les voy a llevar rápido a Tesla, que me están pidiendo aquí Tesla en el chat. Yo sé que es la versión B, el grupo B, ¿no? La banca, acá, ya con el tío Salo nada más. Pero pueden ver que esta expansión de volatilidad continúa dándose en la semanal en Tesla y estamos por encima de mi línea meme. Si podemos cerrar esto en 2 horas y 15 minutos por encima de los 4.28, que es la línea amarilla que está acá, muy probablemente vamos a tener chance a venir a retestear esta zona. Mínimo los 465 a los 489. Va a ser un alto histórico. Tenemos que simplemente llevarnos esto. No me voy a adelantar a adivinar si sí o si no. El tiempo empieza a correr para Tesla. Una vez que tengan este último cuarto, que tengan su reporte de ingresos, etcétera, que estuvo de no mames, más o menos alrededor de esas fechas es donde yo espero que esté tocando el tope, si es que no lo ha hecho ya, que en mi opinión no tiene cara de, voy a ponerla de 2 semanas en putiza, también sería un excelente cierre de 2 semanas, tal cual como lo tenemos, mensual que me dices, sería el cierre mensual más alto de toda la historia y es lo que queremos ver en una semana, encima de los 4.28. Por ahora, la semanal te va a guiar, faltan 2 horas y 14 minutos, la de 2 semanas también, faltan 2 horas y 14 minutos, tienes expansión de volatilidad en la de 2 semanas en Tesla, en lo que está subiendo, déjame pongo el HPDR en putiza en esta vista para poder ver, justamente te llevas los 4.48 a la alza y vas a potencialmente los 516 en la diaria, en la semanal que me pone casi los 500. Si no te 450 va a ser lo que tengas que correr para llevártelo. Pues ahí tienes Tesla. Y me estaban preguntando Costco también. Costco. Buena caída de Costco. Continúa esta tendencia que habíamos puesto antes para que la puedan ver. Un segundo, déjeme ver dónde está apoyada. Aquí. Y ves que continúa esta tendencia bajista. No importa que hayas tenido este SFP, esto fue un truco. Entonces tienes de acá, de los 1,700, has estado cayendo hasta los 918, que es lo que habíamos platicado antes. Y hasta ahora tienes una corrección de 14%. La corrección grande antes había sido de 18% y eso fue cuando de los aranceles, la de febrero hasta abril. No estás tan lejos de eso, pero estás por encima del S&P 200, 100, de todos los promedios. Y además tienes volatilidad expandiendo en Costco, en lo que estás cayendo, tío. Esto quiere decir que 877 es tu siguiente objetivo y de no pararse, yo pondría más o menos por acá en los 800, bajos 800, el siguiente objetivo para esto. Déjame, lo veo rápido en la semanal. Tienes periodos de nula volatilidad, volatilidad expandiendo ante un poco ante el subidongo. Voy a poner atención acá. Tu promedio del 100 está en los 863, lo que nos da confluencia con esta zona siendo importante. Y 680, no mames, eso sería una caída brutal. Pero le estás diciendo a alguien que está apostando en deflación. 730 y 800. Sí, podemos encontrar básicamente esta zona va a ser la primera zona de interés, 877 y esta zona en los 789 va a ser la segunda para las oportunidades antes de poder dar continuación a la alza. Mensual también está preparando un setup cabrón, está cayendo la volatilidad, déjenme ver en putiza, casi ya bajo el 15%, está en 17, déjenme pongo esta línea acá para que la puedan ver y sean testigos de esto. Costco llega, como sea, ya de acá una expansión a la alza es un movimiento brutal. Y si lo da sobre todo con unas velas rojas, atentos. Vela topera, atento. Aquí en Costco, en la mensual, tío. Nosotros decimos, si estás en la mensual por debajo del promedio del 9, estás jodido. Y el promedio del 9 es la línea azul. 1, 2, 3 velas por debajo de mensuales. ¿Qué más quieres? Tu siguiente objetivo, el promedio del 21, y si no aguanta el 34, que se cumple tal cual con mis objetivos para que los tengas ahí bien guardados. Esta vela topera, tal cual, la verde que ven ahí, si tienes un cierre mensual por debajo de los 930 en la próxima semana, vas a ir a este objetivo 1 o tal vez hasta el objetivo 2. Y eso es donde nos pone de la parte más alta de la corrección. El 2, 26%, el 1, un 20%. Y una vez más, vamos a medir en putiza las correcciones normales de Costco. Este fue el 2022. Al fondo, un 35%. Este es uno de los mercados bajistas más potentes de la historia, por cierto. El del 2022, mucha gente no le tira un pedo por COVID. Noviembre, 22%. Ok, vamos a ver la pandemia. Digo, el 2008, 2009. Pueden ver que 20 a 30% es el sabor. Y en el 2009, 2008 fue casi el 50%. Vamos a ponerlo ahí solamente por si las cosas. ¿Dónde estaría esa gran corrección? 2008, ¿no? 2009 te llevaría, yo diría que más o menos a esta zona, en los 560. Esta sería, voy a ponerlo acá voy a escribirlo. ¿Ok? Y ahora, estas que estamos viendo, que de nuevo, la corrección grande fue esta, la del 2022, 33%. Si fueras a tener otra vez un 33%, corregirías hasta acá, a los 720 más o menos, y es por ende que esta en los 788 es la mejor probabilidad que tengas, a menos de que tengamos una mega, 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 mega depresión o acá. Y ahora no estoy diciendo que no vaya a ser el caso, pero simplemente tenganlo pendiente. ¿Qué más habían dicho por acá? Nada más. Costco, Tesla. Y pues, tíos, Lucid, seguimos rompiendo madres, estamos contentos, pero no nos confiemos todavía. Tiene que haber muchas cosas que pasen. Estamos ante el SMA 200. ¿Quién entró aquí abajo en los 15 y no le voy a dar el fondo? 15.50, que hay varios de ustedes que lo hicieron hasta donde estamos hoy, 50% arriba. Felicidades. Los que lo hicieron desde el fondo, y eso solamente tomó un mes. Aquí 60%. Los que están como yo, que promedié en 18 en el punto, un poco abajo, pero voy a poner 18 por mamón. A donde estamos 35% arriba y esto va a continuar, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver esto hasta dónde llega también en Lucid, tal cual como lo digo con Tesla y como lo digo con todo lo demás. Se van a dar la vuelta efectivamente, igual que Rivian. Vamos a ver cuándo. Rivian está a punto de poner una velita topera el día de hoy, pero todavía falta bastante tiempo. Esta subida en la diaria nos lo está dando con volatilidad, así que Rivian continúa esperando mi objetivo y no voy a caer en ello. Lucid con fuerza, 5%, el movimiento más duro de todos, a la alza, efectivamente. Ok, pues básicamente eso es todo lo que están viendo en el casino el día de hoy, damas y caballeros. Gracias por toda su atención, hombre, pues Dios. Es que ha sido un placer de putas. No, déjenme. Ah, no, ya vi que no estoy todavía aquí. Tengo que prender la cámara, güey. Qué chingón. Bien. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Ahí está todo lo que vimos el día de hoy en el casino del tío Salo. Vamos a mantener los ojos pendientes. Yo pondría más atención a las noticias. Si todas las noticias empiezan a darte sentimientos negativos de que esto ya valió, Bitcoin va a corregir hasta no sé dónde, olvídalo y estás ya en la oportunidad de compra. Si te empiezan a decir que todo va de huevos, que esto va a continuar, que es el bull run de todo, ahí es donde yo me voltearía y diría, pongan atención a eso, de verdad. No digo a las noticias, simplemente lo que la gente está diciendo, porque es irrelevante lo que digan las noticias. Quieres saber, entender las narrativas, pero a veces es difícil comprender cómo hacen eso. Les mando un abrazo a todos, gracias a mi Ricardo, a Canito, a Lalo, a Abu, a Ismael, Elías, Eder, Ángel, todos los que están acá. Si me salté a alguien, discúlpeme. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho, tengan un muy bonito viernes y nos vemos pronto, tíos. Hasta luego.